Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May you be feeling beautiful because you are beautiful inside and out, even if you don't feel like it, even if you feel like there's a lot of ugliness in and around you. Sometimes that beauty just has to be seen from the right angle. And I pray that you find that perspective which brings out the beauty within you. Hello, dear Sky Guardian, dear Faithy, dear Alex, welcome. No matter what circumstances you may be going through at this time, I hope you know that you are valid in how you feel about it, and we always get to choose the narrative of our inner life. We might not get to choose the story of the world around us, but what we add to that, how we write in our part of the story, that is our eternal freedom. Grew it myself, dear Faithy. Well, my mom helped. Welcome, dear Bubbles, dear Caitlin. Hello, dear exclamation mark. If an exclamation mark had a sound, what would it sound like? To me, it would sound like the feeling you get when anxiety comes. It's like a loud kind of silence. Sound of you stubbing your toe. Welcome, dear Henry. That is true. In some languages, they use that symbol Sky Guardian for a click. I have seen that in some transliteration of African languages. But welcome, one and all. Hello, dear Smashly McGee, dear Bob, Tam, Jan. Dear Amanda, you ask, do I get anxiety? I do. I think every human being gets anxiety. All what matters is how we approach that anxiety, how we welcome it in. Our relationship with the anxiety is what determines the peace. Good to see you too, dear Finding Bliss. Finding Bliss. Finding Bliss. Sorry. Welcome. Dear Marcy, you share that my Instagram story has no sound. Is that true? Well, that's awkward, as I usually post before I go live. Dear Henry, you ask for any advice for somebody getting sober. Keep your mind focused on what you're moving towards rather than what you're leaving behind. That is to say, think about at all times that you can what you're gaining from going through this. Instead of this being a part of you that you are removing, think about the part of you that you are now gaining, bringing to the surface. Always think of how your life benefits from you taking on this brave journey. And remember that you're not alone, and that many have gone through the same journey, and you can rely on them, and you can join groups and continue to express how you are dealing with this with others in your life. And always remember that you are part of something much greater than your limited self. Whether you want to call that the universe or the divine is up to the individual. But if you feel like a greater force is guiding you, then that takes off so much pressure from feeling like it's only our effort, but that some of that effort, or even most of that effort, comes from a higher place. Dear Sky Guardian, you ask, can I please pull a rabbit out of the hat? Alright, I'll do my best. Oh, do you see that? That's the bunny ears. But the bunny's kind of shy. Alright, I think the bunny doesn't want to come out. Thank you, dear Amanda. All my thoughts are offerings to you. Hello, dear aesthetically feral. That's very honest of you, dear Henry. We can certainly feel like we're missing out on happiness. But remember that if we get our happiness from something external to us, like a substance in alcohol or other recreational drugs, then it is not true wealth in the same way that taking out a loan and going into debt is not true wealth. We borrow that happiness from our future. Like, for instance, the next day, if we have a hangover, that over the course of a week, we have the same amount of happiness. It's just that if you want to concentrate it on Friday night, then you won't have a lot of it on Saturday morning. In other words, you go into debt with your future self, with your happiness. True happiness is generated over a long period of time. So we have to favor long-term satisfaction, which is what you're doing by getting sober, rather than short-term gratification. Greetings, dear Isabella. Hello, dear G2 Infinity. I'm glad you appreciate the magic. That's funny, Bubbles. I may not be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat, but I can pull a yam out of it. Alright, welcome everyone. Happy to be here. I hope to be in service of you all in any way that I can. And I hope to learn from all of you too. I have a Shanti mantra, a peace prayer that comes from the Katha and Taittiriya Upanishad, two ancient scriptures that lead us to our inner truth. In Sanskrit, Om Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryang Karva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And in English, may the divine protect us both together. May the divine nourish us both together. May our study be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. And thank you, dear Emma, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Isabella, thank you for the finger heart too. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Hello, dear Aiden. You're wondering where I'm from? Well, in the grand scheme of things, same place as you. Same source. In fact, same universe. In fact, same galaxy. In fact, same solar system. In fact, same planet. The chances of that are phenomenal. And yet we pay so much attention to the differences on such a small scale, when in the grand scheme of things we are so much more the same than different. But if you must know, this body has come in the land of Canada, and I would love to know what other lands we are live streaming to at this time, because I love that diversity. Thank you for the follow, dear Rachel. Welcome, Dragon Slayer. You're from North Korea, dear Sky Guardian. Well, you must have one of the most powerful VPNs in the country. You're from Indiana land, dear Talon. Dear Emma, you're from the land of cheese and chocolate and watches. Would that by any chance happen to be Switzerland? From North Carolina, shares Marcy. From England, shares Olski. From Texas, shares Isabella. From Narnia, shares Robbie. Well, you have a great connection from Narnia. And from Newfoundland, dear Amanda. Well, from one part of Canada to another. Ahoy! Because that's what every Canadian introduces themselves with. Ahoy, right? From Candyland, how says Bubbles, how sweet. I think the letter A asks me this question every time. What is my religion? Well, I have the ability to answer in a new way every time, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. My religion is whatever the person in front of me practices. If I am speaking with a Christian, I hope they extend their Christianity to include me. If I am speaking to a Buddhist, I hope they extend their Buddhism to include me. If I am speaking to a Jain, I hope they extend their Jainism to include me. Whoever I speak to, I hope they include me in their tradition. And I like what you added, dear Isabella. Your religion is love. Love is your religion. And thank you for sharing the live, dear G. Dear Shelly Belly, you share you're so unhappy, just here for the comfort. I'm sorry to hear of your unhappiness, dear Shelly Belly. Speaking of the belly, we can hold a lot of tension relating to our unhappiness in our belly. So a good reminder to relax your body, unclench your jaw, drop your shoulders, and take nice deep belly breaths. And speaking of shells, remember that you are always protected by a sheath around your soul, which is known in Sanskrit as the Anandamaya Kosha, which means the shell of bliss. It may not seem like it, especially if we've identified with something outside of that shell, that actually this whole time a part of our deepest self has been eternally protected by a shell of bliss. If you search your feelings deep enough, you will find that part that remains ever blissful, even in the face of adversity. And hello, dear Donzuela. And Isabella, thank you for another finger heart too. It was very sweet and never expected. Shrim Mahalakshmyai Namaha. And hello, dear Michelle. That's funny, dear Olski. That's a high carb religion. Pastafarianism. Praise be to the flying spaghetti monster. Hello, dear Chloe. Well, I'm happy to share an imagination with you, dear Isabella. Welcome, dear Gregarji. Jaya Satchit Ananda. I'm honored to be surrounded by so many poets. Given the limited space of a TikTok comment, I know it's not easy to express yourself, given that limitation. Nonetheless, I would like to share the poetry from one of you today in our show and tell. Today I'd like to read 2 short poems from Jestpur, and I'll bring them up on screen so you can read them as I recite them. I will try to do my best to capture the essence, but I'm sure that the way that Jestpur would read them is probably different from the way I will. Here's the first one. It is called Forlorn. I'll see you just before the storm. We hold on to what we yearn. You've sworn, mourn. A dance in time you promised me. You held on to what you wanted in me. You've sworn, told me. You said forever thorn won't mourn. What was torn won't be forlorn. Effervescent will be. You've sworn the death of you was the start of me. I love the rhyme scheme there. Coming from a very powerful place. You're loving it, dear Isabella. Me too. And here is the second one, titled Sun and Moon. Once upon a midnight day, dusk wept at dawn's delayed display. Day and night did a silent ballet, celestial, classical replay. You taught me I never have to pray, just watch the replay. That happily never after wasn't meant to stay. The end, the nightingale sang. So those were the 2 poems that dear Jestpur wanted to share. And I think it makes for a lovely start to our Sangha today. So I thank Jestpur very much for doing so, and for all of you for listening with me. I could just feel the emotion in these. And it's clear the power that words have as the vehicle of our raw experience. So thank you. And as always, for those that want to share something of their own, always happy to hold space for that here. Make sure to check out the submission form in the link tree in the bio. Always brings a smile on my face to do these show and tells. That was a short one today. Short but sweet. Sweet, sweet poetry. And dear Isabella, you have so much poetry in you. Of course. You come from the greatest poet. That one source that expresses itself in ineffable ways through each and every atom as poetry for the soul. Welcome, dear Butch. I'm sorry to hear about your health challenges. Hard to find solace with your kidney stone, stent, and racing heart, being confined to a hospital bed, but you're trying. That is very understandable. I'm happy to know you're getting treatment and that you are trying. It is times like these that we really reevaluate our priorities, and as difficult as that is, it can be such a helpful time in other ways when we do discover some of the things that are really important to us. And of course, good health is absolutely one of those things. It's a precious commodity. It isn't always guaranteed, but I pray for your health and your ability to find happiness in other things in the meantime. And in any way in which I can assist with that, it would be my honor. Dear Bubbles, you ask, did I happen to get your submission earlier today? Let me check for you. Yes, it did come through. I look forward to listening to your song, it looks like. Just from what you've titled it. Next time. Thank you, dear Carrie, for the heart me you sent. Om Dum Dargaye Namaha. That is right, dear Jestpur. That is right, dear G. Jestpur was reluctant at first to share. So happy they did. Yeah. What an honor it is to share something, especially that is so close to someone's heart. I know it's difficult to let people in on some of their passions, their creative projects and ways that they express themselves, and it truly means a lot to me to see that happen here. Magical Poetry Tuesday, shares G. I like the sound of that. And thank you, dear Magdalene, for your sharing of the live. Radhe or Radhe. A lot of people going through hard times right now. And if you feel like you're one of them, remember that you're not alone. Hello, dear MJ. Welcome, dear Fool. So I'm very grateful to be reading another passage from our book, Moksha Liberation, A Woman's Journey to Self-Discovery and Freedom from Suffering. We'll read another chapter, or another part if the chapter is too long. And then we'll turn to Manana, segment of our Sangha dedicated to Q&A, and I'll have a question of the day. And I can really turn my attention to the comment section. Just as a little bit of a trigger warning, I know that in the past few chapters we have been discussing some traumatizing things. I would like to believe that we have come to a part where we're now beginning to address the trauma instead of add to that. But there has been some sad events, but we'll continue where we left off in our journey for our protagonist to remember her true self. Today we begin the 11th chapter. May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. Sid was lying prone on the sandy bank and squinting into the hot white sky. He was in dirty pajamas and a thin, dirty t-shirt. His feet were bare. His hair, a clumpy mess of dusty dreadlocks, ran down to his waist. Within reach was an amber-colored bottle stuck in the sand. He caught sight of me, yanked the bottle out of the sand, and raised it in a toast. His speech was slurred. "Want some? Local brew. Bloody awful." He fell back, cradling the bottle, then struggled to get himself up on one elbow. "Who are you?" he asked. I ran a hand over my cropped head and straightened my robe, then sat down heavily. I stretched out my legs, exposing dirty feet. With shorn head, dark brown robe and straw sandals, I had embedded myself in a group of Tibetan monks on a pilgrimage to Mount Kailas. These holy people had accepted me unquestioningly, and like a kaleidoscope of butterflies we had glided through airport and bus station. I was hidden in plain sight. They allowed an unscheduled stop for me at Rishikesh and only nodded when I bowed deeply and waved a vigorous goodbye. I had to change my look, I said. I had to get away from some very bad people, for my safety and yours. A puzzled frown crossed his brow, and he fell back to staring at the sky. I'm living in a nightmare of terrifying proportions, I went on, doggedly. I thought that if I came here, you taught me once that... He rose and made his way downriver. I scrambled to keep up. We can sit there where it's cooler, he said, pointing to a rock outcropping that rose in the middle of the fast-moving current. He sprang across in slow motion as if clearing a high hurdle and landed smoothly on his feet. He held out a hand. Jump. Don't think so, I said. I set my backpack down, removed my sandals, hitched up my robe and waded in. The rushing water almost toppled me, but a surprising series of stepping stones close to the surface got me to the rock, and I clambered up without assistance. He was seated cross-legged, his eyes partially closed, while I perched precariously at the edge, one leg dangling in the cold water. My mind raced. What should I tell him? I stole a glance to find him absolutely still. Was he asleep? I had done nothing. I had committed no crime. I had run away instinctively, foolishly. I should not have come. I would take the next flight home. This simple decision gave me comfort. What did you want me to teach you? Sid asked, amiably, seeming fully awake. I'm off tomorrow. I'm off now, I said. There's nothing you can teach me. I can tell you about the Panchakoshas, the 5 sheaths, he said. I dreamt of death, I said. And? He asked. I dreamt of 5 men being unalived by me. These men had unalived my friend Pepe and 5 small girls he had rescued. But while I was dreaming, these criminals were being unalived in reality at the same time and in the same manner. If you can excuse my word replacement. He smiled. It appears that unlike King Janaka, your dream state and waking state are both real. I was aghast. This is not funny. It's not funny, I said, almost in tears. He replied, dreams are mental events, vrittis in Sanskrit, like thoughts, emotions, and feelings, he said. Vrittis are located in the 4 functions of the inner mind: manas, or thinking, chitta, or memory, ahankara, I-ness or ego, and buddhi, the intellect. All vrittis are objects, appearances. Only you are the subject. Focus on your dream, concentrate, and it disappears. Objects cannot bear the light of reason. My dream happened, I retorted. Did it? He asked. As for those men, their time had come. And Pepe and the children? I asked. Yes, them as well, he responded. I can't accept that, I replied. Don't accept, he said. Understand. I marveled at the rushing water beneath. Please teach me, I said. Seems like we're beginning another lesson. Sid replied, Panchakoshas. A human being can be viewed as constituted of 5 sheaths, Panchakoshas, arranged like husks encasing a grain. The outermost layer is the Annamaya Kosha, or the sheath made of food, also called medicine. The body, flesh, muscle, blood, organs, is made from food and returns to becoming food, the natural cycle. The worship of food results in gaining food. 5 sheaths! I thought, could he not see my grief, my panic? Did he imagine these empty concepts would help me? But he continued. Next is Pranamaya Kosha, the vital life force sheath, breathing, inhaling, exhaling. Worship of the life force promises a full span of life, which is a life that will not be cut short unexpectedly. Next are the mind and the intellect, Manomaya and Vijnanamaya Koshas. The mind is the wisdom of the Vedas, the earliest revelations, and the intellect, the certitude of the wisdom of the Vedas. The disappearance of fear is the result of the worship of the mind as the ultimate reality. The beginning of awareness is the result of the worship of the intellect. There is a 5th sheath, the subtlest, Anandamaya kosha, or the sheath or shell of bliss. When you become lost to yourself, you get a glimpse into the eternal bliss of Brahman. A child's sudden smile, the first monsoon rains, the climax of, well, an intimate union. Sid continued, "It's identical to the shock of joy you feel with that first mouthful of ice cream. Your ego is not in play. These are moments when you are kissed by the reflection of Brahman, but they are the merest moments. Mystical experience falls into this category, but with enlightenment comes eternal bliss, a permanent state. The 5 sheaths encase us and deceive us as to their supreme self-importance, but they change and perish. Should these sheaths be nurtured and worshipped? Nurtured, yes. Worshipped, maybe. But taken for the ultimate reality? Never. Then do I worship Brahman? I asked. How can you, when you are Brahman? Sid answered. You'd be worshipping yourself. You don't need a flame to see another flame. Yes, we've discussed this, I said. We'll pause our reading of Moksha Liberation there for now. That is the end of the lesson, but not quite the end of the chapter. We'll continue. With due diligence and full excitation of myself, as I look forward to next time with you. Namaste. That concludes our Shravana section of our live stream, the first part dedicated to the gaining of a new experience, such as a show and tell or a reading. Now we can transition to our middle section dedicated to Manana, which means deliberation, Q&A. My attention can return to the comment section, and welcome everyone who joined while we were reading, and thank you for those who sent a gift while we were reading, and for your patience. Dear Isabella, thank you for the trio of roses. Dear Stephen, thank you for the rose too. Om Namah Shivaya. Hybrid Jen, thank you for your pair of team cheers and a star. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Glad you like the sound effects, dear Don Suela. Namaste, dear Loopy Lane. Dear Kalampolo, thank you for your heart me, rose and team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. Pardon me. Dear Stella, Alla, A. Thank you for your heart me and your team cheers. Jaya Satchit Anandam. Thank you, dear Jill and Simon Aladdin, for your pair of tiny tinies. Yahoo! I like how your username has an exclamation mark at the end. Your username just isn't just a label, it's an exciting introduction to yourself and your loved one. I think all usernames should have an exclamation mark at the end. Or something like that. emoji, for example. And thank you, dear Olski, for your tiny too. Yippee! Dear Arthur, thank you for your subscription. I look forward to however ways in which I can continue to share my experience with you and learn from yours in return. Namaste. I successfully used a music reference, dear Sky Guardian. Well, you know, Sky Guardian, your wish itself to embody some of the virtues you see in others is a very positive thing. Hello, dear Rav. You ask, when did I join spiritual life? I think we all stumble our way back into a kind of knowingness that has always been there. And there might be particular moments in our life where that realization became more apparent, but no moment in particular designates the start of a journey that has been happening for eternity. However, if I were to, in my own personal life, point to a time that was particularly transformative, it was during my years at the end of high school and at the beginning of university, where I really started to question some of the most basic concepts of reality. Thank you, dear Roxy, for the rose you sent too. Never expected, but deeply appreciated. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And I love your striving, dear Sky Guardian. It is the striving itself that is the goal. Yamalama, I like your mnemonic for me. Am I looking forward to solstice? I am. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the days getting longer too. It is no doubt that the brightness in our day has an effect on our mental health. Being able to get that sunlight is so important. Being in a time in which the days are getting brighter and brighter, that does wonders for our inner machinations of our mind. But you certainly brighten my day as much as the sun, if not more, dear Jill and Simon Aladdin. And thank you for liking the live, dear Kev. Oh, one with 2 stars in orbit as an emoji for a username, dear Hector. You ask, what are my thoughts on supplementation? Well, if you are deficient in any vitamin or micronutrient, supplements can help replenish things that are outside of our diet. But we have a most miraculous system when it comes to gaining spiritual realizations that they can come without the need for any psychoactive supplements, shall we say. But if you are going to use them, which is always a personal choice, I hope you make sure to take good care of set and setting, as they act as amplifiers to your experience, taking what's already there and making them louder, so to speak. And so it's very good to minimize anxiety going into it, because that will be amplified too, and maximize joy and curiosity and love, because they will be amplified just the same. Thank you, Kalambolo, for the trio of team bracelets you had sent a few minutes ago. Hare Krishna. And thank you for the follow, dear Persephone. Definitely one of the most beautiful names, in my opinion. Salut, dear Minkish Gaming. You share that dealing with grief has been hitting lately, but you're glad to see and be with us tonight. I'm glad that you're here too, and I hope to hold space for your grief, which is absolutely natural, given situations in our life which were unexpected or unwanted. And please feel free to express how you're feeling and how that process has been for you, especially here. Dear Fiddle, if you're wondering what time do these lives start, I've been trying lately for 5 p.m. Pacific time. I'm not sure what the translation of that would be into your local time zone, but in my local time zone, it is 5 p.m. I'm happy to hear of your love for winter time, dear Roxy. I would love to visit the northern provinces of Canada sometime. I think they're a very magical place full of magical people. And thank you, dear Jason, for your subscription as well. I'm honored to have you as a guest here and to be able to have our paths cross. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Dear Kev, you're coming in with some wonderful wisdom about some herbs. That cloves are excellent for the body. Please check them out. You just found out. Well, let's have a nice little internet search. I would love to find out with you. Of course, it'd be best to really take the time to research more carefully. But there's an article that shares that cloves can contain important nutrients. They're high in antioxidants. They may improve liver health, may help protect against some cancers, can kill bacteria, may help regulate blood sugar, may promote bone health, and may reduce stomach ulcers. Well, those are all very wonderful effects. Given the right amount and balancing it with other things in our diet, I imagine. Thank you, dear Jill and Simon Aladdin, for your rose. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. And dear Roxy, thank you for another rose. Ram Ram. And Pirate Princess, thank you for your fast burst. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Hybridgen, you share you watched some of my interviews. You didn't realize I was popular or that I had gone viral. Well, as far as popularity and virality on the internet, I'm in probably the lowest echelon. But when I was making some, multi-million viewed videos many years ago now, well, not many, but a few years ago now, I had been reached out to by many organizations, and Sky Guardian has really helped me set up most of those interviews. I'm not sure what the percentage is, but definitely like at least 75% of all the interviews I've ever been on were from Sky Guardian. So I thank Sky Guardian G very much for that. Anyway, I'm actually grateful that my virality has diminished. Every day I think I lose a couple hundred followers. So over a week I may lose 1,000 or so. And to me that inspires me to find value in, you know, a close-knit community. And I think we can really touch deeper parts of our journeys together by keeping it simple in that way. There is a bit of a trade-off that you can reach for a really broad audience, but then on average you don't go that deep. But if you're not so concerned with reaching far and wide, but you're happy to go really deep with any person in particular, I think that is something that I'm learning to really appreciate and value. Because all it takes is just one person who has been touched deeply in their hearts to change the world. And thank you, dear Kelly, for your subscription too. You're getting a lot of subscriptions today. That is very nice to see, but it's never expected, but deeply appreciated. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the little sticker pack that you have been enjoying for months now. And please, if you ever want to see a sticker, I'll always consider adding another one just for you. Although we might have reached the limit of stickers, I'm not sure. But I know there's some that aren't used that frequently, so I'd be happy to replace one, a more rare one, with one that would be used more frequently. Salutations, dear Dag, and welcome, dear Gabriella, and thank you for your heart me. Om Sung Suryaya Namaha. Iberjen, you had shared that you bought some cloves the other day for your orange cinnamon spectacle you want to make. Your orange cinnamon spectacle. I love the sounds of that. If you were to name a drink, that'd be an excellent name. I think you do well in marketing for a coffee shop. I would certainly like to order an orange cinnamon spectacle. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Panchabhutaya. Actually, I messed up my Visarga Sandhi on that. Om Namah Panchabhutaya. Make it a Ubhadmaniya. Salutations to the 5 great elements. Good evening, dear daily inspiration. I have to admit that I don't think I qualify as Santa or a guru. But I do find that a hilarious term. Thank you. Dear Kalampolo, you share that today is your dad's birthday and the day he died a year ago. And being here is kind of giving feelings of another direction, and you thank me. Well, thank you for sharing the importance of today with myself and everyone. I always find that fascinating when people come in and out of the world on the same day of the year, it of course makes celebrating their birthday so much more nuanced, doesn't it? But I think it is really beautiful that on this day we can celebrate both the exit and entrance of someone that meant a lot to you in your life. Thank you. I like your mantra, dear Chloe. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhiswaha. Gone, gone. In this context, how to translate para. Para is higher. Gone, gone, an even higher kind of gone, a higher and complete kind of gone. Awakening, I surrender to thee. And thank you, dear Bobby So, for your heart me, your team bracelet, your cheer you up and team cheers. Radhe, Radhe. Dear HKY Farmer, you ask, is this ASMR? Well, whether it gives you an autonomous sensory meridian response or not is not up to me, but your nervous system. It is not my explicit intention to elicit such a response, but if you do find relaxation here, that is my wish. And I am sorry, I didn't see dear Politicus's question before they felt dismissed. But it's a great question. Even if they aren't here anymore, I would like to answer it because it's applicable to everyone. But do know that if I ever miss a question, it is not personal, but due to the flow of the words I'm already speaking and the gaze of my eyes back on the comment section, I may inadvertently miss some comments that were shared in between the one that I am responding to and the one that my eyes returned to after finishing. The question was, thoughts and limits of a panentheistic worldview. I will have to brush up on panentheism. I am forgetting what the term means. Panentheism is the belief or doctrine that God is greater than the universe and includes and interpenetrates it. I like that a lot. Yeah. To me, a belief is a perspective that one holds on to. And if you hold on to any perspective, then it becomes limiting. So the limit is not in the perspective itself, but in our ability to freely move from one perspective to another. what I really like about panentheism is that it's a unification of two different perspectives. Pantheism, and another term that I forget that includes the idea that God is only transcendental. I really like the unification of the fact that God is both immanent and transcendent at the same time. And I think the greatest way to understand this is to use the question of, is water wet? That from one perspective, you can totally see how water is wet. And from another perspective, you can totally see how water is something transcendental to wetness because it is what bestows wetness. In this case, water is the universe. No, sorry, water is the creator, and wetness is the creation. God is the benefactor of the universe. Creator is the benefactor of creation. Water is the benefactor of wetness. You could see how a pantheistic view here would be that water and wetness are one. And whatever the complementary view is that separates the two, you can see how water and wetness are distinct. But the panentheistic view is that both perspectives have a place. That water is simultaneously one with the water, or with the wetness, but that wetness can be realized as something distinct from the water too. It just depends on the circumstance. For instance, there is a time and a place for us to realize the oneness of the divine with the world. And there is a time and place to realize the transcendence of the divine from the world. When we are acting, it's important that we recognize that our mistakes are not one with the divine, because otherwise that can be used to justify justify harm. If we say that my actions are always one with the divine, then how can I be humble and continue to learn? But humility, now that is something one with the divine, isn't it? As the willingness to go beyond. Our love is one with the divine, for example. It just depends on what the moment calls for. If we are feeling depressed and despondent, it's important that we remember our unity with the divine. When our ego is a little too inflated and we are feeling pomp and proud, then it's a good time to remember the ways in which we are just a small part of the divine, and the divine is something much bigger than us that can humble us. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your quintet of fast first and your trio of roses earlier. Hare Krishna. And dear Ashley, thank you for your heart me too. Om Kamalyar Mahankalikaye Namaha. Dear Woo Woo, you ask, did I have a crush on someone? In the course of my life, of course. It's only natural, especially as children and young adults. I haven't had one since doing these sanghas, though. So as an important boundary to set, I don't have a crush on anyone in my life at this moment, and that includes people in the Sangha. I like to maintain a strict professionalism in that sense, that I'm not looking for any kind of romantic relationship with anyone. And that's out of respect for everyone's sanctity, because I know that a lot of spiritual communities can get very complicated very quickly when there are relationships like that being formed. And so learning from the past, from people who have been in that position, I try to maintain a clear role in that way. Dear Skid Row resident, you ask, have I yet spoken on the healthcare CEO and the guy that was arrested? I generally refrain from talking about current events, but if there are feelings about that you want to talk about, I'd absolutely be happy to explore how that makes you feel. During such events, I know there can be a lot of emotions in many different ways for many people. And for me, the most important thing is attending to how that story is received by people. And if there's any discomfort in your heart, I hope to hold space for that discomfort. I always think that it's someone's son, someone's daughter, someone's brother, someone's sister, someone's mother, someone's father, and at that level, the loss is always sad. But the people who decide to perpetrate that also have their own feelings involved and experiences that aren't to be dismissed either, and struggles too. You ask, what is my take on healthcare system in the US overall, and is vigilantism justified? Living in Canada, I have not experienced the US healthcare system personally, but I know from friends and friends of family that there's a lot of room for improvement. And if anything happens out of this, my prayers are for all of those improvements to be made, and that everyone's individual suffering under that system is not dismissed or invalidated, and that their voices get heard and are spoken for. What has happened has happened. We cannot change the past. We can try to shame people's actions, but what we really need right now is a lot of love for everyone involved. It's everyone's individual choice how they express those feelings, how they try to come to terms with their experiences, and there's always a way, I believe, that doesn't involve taking another person's life. But I understand how someone could feel that much in pain that they felt the need to inflict the same pain on someone they felt was responsible for it. There are really creative ways in which we can invoke change, and I always recommend exploring those possibilities which allow for everyone to live the best life that they can. Thank you, dear Dob, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And dear Babblefishy, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! I'm sorry, I don't understand your question, dear FD. If you could expand, I would be happy to. Dear Skid Row, you share, if in taking that life positive change is made, then would it be a net good act, if that makes sense? It is always up to us to make the most use out of every experience. Personally, I do not sieve the world into polarities of good versus bad, and therefore the concept of net good doesn't really mean much to me. But if you are able to find something good come out of this, then that is our duty. We do not get to choose much of the circumstances of life, but we do get to choose what we see in it. And so I simultaneously hope that goodness comes from this action. At the same time, we pursue ways of bringing out that goodness in less violent ways. And thank you, dear Callum Polo, for your trio of team bracelets. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. Dear Pesto, you share, you don't know, sometimes violence is the answer. It is true that sometimes violence can lead to good results, but it's a very risky gamble that most often does not. And there are other means of bringing about the same change in less violent ways. Dear FD, thank you for expanding on what you had wrote. The idea that you can never forgive, the only way to get over something by revenge. I see. Now your question makes sense to me. You may read the stories of many people who ended up taking justice into their own hands. And the overall conclusion that you will probably meet is that it doesn't actually take your pain away. It does bring in a sense of mutual understanding, that now you know what it's like to suffer as much as I do, but the suffering still remains. It doesn't actually take the pain away. Think of it in terms of being at different heights. That ideally we'd all like to be in a situation where we're all at the same level of prosperity, of happiness, but somehow or another you've been taken down a few notches to here. And so viewing that disparity, you may take out your revenge by bringing other people down to the same level. So you have succeeded at bringing people to the same level of unhappiness. But you have not succeeded in bringing yourself up to be happy. The only way we can actually climb that totem pole of life is indeed to let go, to forgive, and look up to others and be helped and be brought up to the same level. And doing so, we put ourselves in a position of being able to help others up to the same level again. If we've experienced trauma and we work through that, then we can eventually be in a place where we can really help others that have gone through the same traumas that we have. And that, in my opinion, is a much more rewarding kind of journey. But it is much harder. It requires a lot more bravery, that's for sure. But it is my prayer and wish that we all have that bravery. And thank you, dear Kalampolo, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 team bracelets and your quartet of team cheers. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudrah Prachodayat. I'd love to echo that, dear G. We need a period in our evolution to give more love and innovative solutions. That is empowering. Good evening, dear Josh. I like that too, dear Gregard G. The truest of power lifters are the ones lifting other people into positivity. Dear Sky Guardian, you Google the Canada Post strike every day. Well, I hope you give yourself a break. It's not your karma to take on. And you're taking on the karma by being so invested and in something out of your control. Unless you are helping the protesters communicate effectively with their bosses, or raising awareness for others to do so, you're just gonna feel burdened by that weight, and you don't have to carry that yourself. But I do appreciate that you are so excited for the package that you sent me to arrive, and I thank you for your patience. Thank you, dear Jenny Lee, for your heart me. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jeshtaya Namah Shreshtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavekarinaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavekarinaya Namo Balapramatanaya Nama Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namaha. Thank you, Jenny Lee. We build lots of positivity here, shares dear Gregard G. And you pray that one day all our cups are so full we spill it out into our everyday lives. I echo that prayer. Hello, dear Daydream. Thank you for wishing me a good evening. I have been having a good evening. How have you been? Oh, thank you, Jenny Lee. And thank you, Medea, for your follow. Wait, so is there just no mail in Canada right now? Asks Skid Row. The biggest mail delivery service has indeed been on strike. So no mail has been delivered through Canada Post. I'm not sure the differences between the Canadian mail system and the American system, for example. We don't actually have an official national mail delivery service. It's technically a private organization that is backed by the government. But because of that, there's also many other private mail delivery services. And they are semi-functional. I say semi because they've had to take up the load of Canada Post. And of course, it's also holiday time, which is a time of great stress for every mail delivery service. So yeah, in general, most people are not getting their mail. But there are other methods of delivery. They just unfortunately, too, are under a lot of pressure. But yay, shares Everybody Loves Raven. No bills delivered. Dear Greg RG, you share it's a possibility for new entrepreneurs creating mail delivery systems to help out. I was thinking about that too. Yeah, it'd be the perfect time for someone to go, you know what? I'm going to start my own mail delivery service. And here's how we're going to do it and make it better for our workers. We could have moose mail, shares Bubbles. We just got all of our Canadian moose and we tie a letter to their antlers and hope and pray. Just like a carrier pigeon, but for a moose. Yeah, or we can have a push towards a digital delivery of everything, shares Everybody Loves Raven. That's true. Indeed. Although, I think it would be very difficult to email physical Christmas gifts. Until we finally create some of the technology in Star Trek, where you can just digitize, I don't know, you can digitize a plate of food and just send it over the interwebs. Come on, dear Sky Guardian. Imagine how everyone else is feeling about their packages not being delivered to people that mean just as much to them as I do to you, which I'm very grateful for, by the way. Good night, dear Michelle. Thank you for the reminder that we're all eating well and getting lots of rest. And thank you, dear Tolkienton, for your heart me. Om aghorebhyo ta ghorebhyo aghora ghore dharebhyah sarvadash sarva sarvebhyo namaste rudra rupebhyah. And dear Talita, thank you for your heart me as well. Om sadhyo jatam prapadyami sadhyo jataya vai namo namah bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavodbhavaya namah. Dear Donsuela, you suggest Sangi post. We will all get our winter boots and coats and start walking across Canada. I love that. Hire one of us to walk across Canada. By the time we arrive, the strike may have ended, but we'll get there. Dear Grace, you share from the suggestions people put in this chat last night, you're changing therapy for PTSD. Well, I'm very grateful that you're exploring various options for therapy, and I share your gratitude for the wonderful people here and their empathy and experience in what they share with each other. And I'm so glad that you are continuing to invest in your healing journey. That is one of the most valuable assets you have. Thank you, dear Kalampolo, for your quartet of team powers. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam Brahma Dipati Brahmano Dhipatir Brahma Shivo Me Astu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. Yeah, if we started Sangi Post, it'd be almost as much walking as your grandparents did on the way to school. Shares Greg RG. Dear Nick Nick XOXO, you ask, is it snowing up there yet? From Detroit, Michigan. Most of Canada is indeed under snow. I happen to live very privileged in the only part of Canada that's actually subtropical. It's not quite tropical, it's subtropical. There are palm trees that grow here, and as such, it has not yet snowed. It's still pretty cold, probably colder than most places in America, for example. I wouldn't go outside in the shorts and a t-shirt, that's for sure. But we probably will get snow, maybe once. Usually in February, we get about a day of snow, and then it melts within a week. Yeah, it's a fun fact. There are places in Canada that have palm trees. I live in what's often called the Hawaii of Canada. It's by no means as tropical as Hawaii, though. It's just off the coast of Vancouver, on the west, called Vancouver Island, which does not have Vancouver on it, which you might expect. It just is named after the same explorer. Is it George Vancouver, I think the name is, who traveled along the west coast. Now, my city, the Greater Victoria, is not under snow. Yes, I do live on an island. And that's why I'm usually late for our sanghas, is because of a phenomena called island time. This is true. It has a Wikipedia article that people who live on islands generally are not in as much of a rush as people who live on mainland. There's many theories as to why it exists, but I think surrounded by the ocean, there's just a kind of sense of ease and groundedness. And a great example of that is yesterday, or 2 days ago, I was with my mother in traffic, and she was at the first in a four-way stop with traffic lights, and the light had turned green. And neither my mom or me noticed that the light had turned green for several seconds. The light was green and, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe more than 10 seconds had passed. And we live on an island when not a single person behind us honked. The light was green, it was green for a while, and no one behind us seemed to be in a rush. It was only when we realized, oh geez, the light's green, that we started going, and then everyone else slowly started going behind us too. And I pray that everyone gets to experience that lack of stress in traffic. The hustle and bustle of cities can certainly be overwhelming. And I know it can get to a lot of people. Dear Gregorji, you wonder, does Canada have any far-off provinces, like how America has Samoa and Guam? Not that I'm aware of. Now, I'm sure there's probably little islands off the coast, but they're not likely inhabited, and if they do, it's probably by a group of indigenous people, or a very small settlement that does not have its own local government. I just threw off your crochet stitch count by counting, dear Marcy. I am sorry. I know that's one of the hardest things about crocheting. Keeping track of what stitch you're on. Hello, dear Shakir Rav. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Is it a big island? Like, can you drive the perimeter of it in less than an hour? You could not drive the perimeter in many days. It is a very big island. There are very narrow parts. For example, I have walked from one side of the island to the other, but it took like many hours. I can show you a map of it. Oh, can we go on Google Earth? This would be a great time for Google Earth. Just gotta make sure I'm not gonna dox myself. Here is our wonderful planet Earth. So if we go over here to the northern hemisphere, where North America is beneath the clouds, there is America, which is where most of my audience comes from. And you'll notice that at the north of the United States, there's this really long, flat border with Canada. And way on the left side, you'll notice that there's a little exception in that border because it accommodates this big island. And this big island is the one I'm on. I live on the southern tip, where you can see it's very inhabited by lots of civilization. But it's a really, 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 really big mountain. Mountains all around, big islands, I mean. And you'll notice that I'm actually really close to parts of the United States. For example, I can see all these islands from my house, like the San Juan Island, which is part of the United States, and I can even see parts of mainland United States from where I live. Mount Baker is something I can see. That is a really big mountain. And where's Seattle? Seattle's here. Seattle is so frickin' bright. Y'all Americans must be scared of the dark. I can't see Seattle, but I can see the night sky being lit up by how bright Seattle is. Being on the coast. Being on the beaches over here. Can I show its size? Relative to Toronto? Yeah, let's see if I can do that. I'll keep the same zoom. So this is Vancouver Island. And then I'll keep that zoom and go east to Ontario. That's Alberta. I think now this is Ontario. Is it? What province am I in? No, we're in Manitoba. So you can see a huge portion of Manitoba fits in screen, which is a pretty big province. Provinces in Canada are much bigger than states generally. Here's Ontario, I think. Go south. I really can't tell where we are. Anyway, there's Ontario. But you can see that all of Vancouver Island is probably bigger than some of the smaller states. It's bigger than some of these states on the east coast, or the northeast, bigger than Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts. Definitely bigger than Rhode Island. It's similar in size to Ireland, which is, of course, an entire country. Anyway, that is where I live. One of the most southern parts of Canada. And thank you, dear Lion Piog, for your heart me. Dear Gregor G, you wonder, do I ever hike those mountains? I have only explored just the southern tip of the island. And that's like 10% of it. And there's still things I haven't explored. I have been up a couple smaller mountains, but Yeah, those are like real proper mountains that would take multi-day expeditions. Mind you, it's no Mount Everest, but it would certainly be an adventure, and I would love to do that one day. What is the temperature? Asks Strange Girl. Strange Girl Bone Collector. Right now, the temperature where I live is... I don't know. It is 4 degrees Celsius, which in freedom units is 39 degrees. Namaste, dear Christine. Dear Jenny, wonder where in Canada have I been? I have not traveled far in my life. I've only been to 3 provinces. My birthplace of Alberta. Just briefly, I was in a part of Saskatchewan when I was in my childhood for a little outing with my family. And then, of course, I live in British Columbia. I can count the number of cities I've ever been to on one hand. So I am not a big traveler. But my heart has explored the cultures of the world thanks to the miracle of the internet. Dear Marcy, you ask, so in all that green you don't be encountering wildlife? Actually, I feel like I live in like a Disney movie, because in all that green, you're not going to encounter a bear, you're not going to encounter a coyote, you're not going to encounter probably any poisonous frog or snake or lizard or disease-carrying bug. I'll tell you what you do find in the forests where I live. You find bunnies, you find deer, you find squirrels, you find other little cute marsupials that I forget the name of. You find a tiny unpoisonous kind of snake, or an unvenomous kind of snake. You find lots of hummingbirds. And in the waters, you find whales. There's no sharks. You find starfish and sea anemones and sea otters. There's practically no dangerous animals where I live, which is why I've been happily lost in the middle of the night, in the middle of forests, without a care in the world. And I'm very grateful for that, because I love getting lost in the woods and not having to worry about anything dangerous. Obrigado, dear Calampolo. Do we have room for more people? Oh yeah. Canada is like, I don't know, 50% larger than the United States, but yet has 10 times less the population. It's the second largest country in the world, and one of the least populated places. In America, I think there's 600 million people? In Canada, I think there's less than 60 million people. So imagine a place even bigger than the United States, but with 10 times less people. Sounds heavenly, shares Hazi Marie. So there's lots of room. To be fair, most of Canada is not exactly the most habitable place in the northern ice sheets. But anyway, lots of room to expand. Even less than that, dear Jenny. There's only 40 million people in Canada. I overestimated. Well, that really goes to show how few people there are here. Namaste, dear JP. Dear Aaron, you ask, how close to sea levels am I? I am a 5-minute walk away from the sea. Yeah. I could, if I stopped streaming now and I walked to the ocean, I'd be confident in getting there and just by walking in 5 to 10 minutes. And that's a big privilege because I love large bodies of water. It's very grounding to be so close to the sea. You'd move to Vancouver Island, but the cost of living is high, shares Jenny. Well, you're worth it. How worth it is your life? I'd probably rather be homeless here than having a part-time job in other places in the world. I won't name those places for the sake of not invalidating anyone. But there's a lot of people here that actually choose to be homeless because they'd rather live here than anywhere else. And try that on for size. What an idea. A place that you want to be, even if you don't have a roof over your head. And I am very grateful for the forests here, dear Jenny. They are like magical fairylands, in my opinion. Hello, dear baby girl rival. Or does that say rival? No, it doesn't. I'm messing up the R and the L in girl. Valve. Valvey. Hello. Dear Marcy, you share, if the ocean wasn't so dang loud, I could do an oceanside live stream. Oh, I certainly could sometime. The hard part is just making sure I have a connection. I live in a place that doesn't actually have the best cell service, which is weird, because there's no reason for that. Or no apparent reason, I should say. There's always a reason. The other constraint is the time. That living reasonably north in the northern hemisphere, the days are very short. That the sun doesn't rise until like 8 a.m. and then sets by the time it's 4 p.m. And because I'm such a such a night owl, I'm not exactly an early bird. So we wouldn't have that much time to have light if we were to stream. But we can certainly keep it in mind. We just have to do a much, much earlier live stream that day. Dear Marcy, you share, you're about to come up with about a mile's length of rope and set up a little nest in them trees. I love that idea for you. That is cute. What coffee shops we have here? Oh, we have the standard. Always gotta have Tim Hortons. Starbucks, there's Starbucks everywhere, you can't avoid them. And of course lots of local ones. Just by my house there's a hippie witchy one that sells a bunch of spiritual things too. I like that. It's where all the local witches gather, and there's a lot of them throughout the island. There's a lot of wonderful hippie witchy people here. All the good ones, I should clarify. Yeah. We have got Walmarts. Unfortunately, I don't think we have an IKEA though. Or if we do, it's up island. Dear G, you get the feeling that people are looking to prepare a max exodus to Vancouver Island. Well, I will always encourage people to find places that they want to live. I know that living in some places like the United States can be pretty isolating in many ways because the idea of moving somewhere else doesn't even register. Most people don't even consider that they have the possibility of living a better life somewhere else. And if you have that possibility, I wouldn't dismiss it. You know, it's a lot easier than people think to travel to other places. Of course, it's a lot of logistics, but if you're ever suffering in the place that you're living, it's worth it, exploring those possibilities. Thank you, dear Shade, for your ice cream cone. Om Ham. Oh, I didn't expect to do that Bija mantra. That's for the throat chakra, the Vishuddhi. Or the Vishuddha. Om Ham Vishuddhaya Namah. Dear Hybrid Jen, thank you. Dear Davis, thank you for your heart, me too. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Christine, thank you for your finger heart. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kari Devi Narayani Namostute. That's right, Jonathan. Dear Faithy, you ask, do I have kids? I'm only 23. And like many other people my age, much too young to start thinking about having children, but I do feel like whenever I'm with children that I can be myself like a fellow child, as children of the universe. And there are lots of things in my life that I consider my babies. Just not necessarily humans or even animals. Or even life, but projects, hobbies, creative endeavors. There are things I feel are offspring in other ways. Now, enough about me. What's much more important for me is my ability to hold space for you and your journeys. Dear Just Jillian, you share you're kind of scared for your future and falling into the same mistakes. Any advice? I have a really unique idea that I want to share with you that I don't think I've ever shared with anyone else before. First of all, let me affirm to you that things are going to be much better than this thing up here perhaps likes to imagine. Our mind is generally a lot more of a pessimist than a realist. If you'll just give me a moment, I have a visual I want to share with you. And I'm going to see if I can set it up for you. It requires a 3D graphing calculator, but it's just the way my mind works. See if I can create an equation that will represent what I'm thinking of on the spot. Never actually used this 3D calculator before, so I'm trying to think of what kind of of syntax it uses. I'm going to guess that a parametric equation will work. Yes, indeed. Alright, I've created the equation. Now, let's see if I can animate this equation for you. Can animate this equation for you. Slow the animation down so it's not too quick for you. Alright. Should be ready. I just have to make sure that you can see it now. Seems to be a glitch. I know how to fix it. I just have to make the animation bigger. I think. Is that working? It is working. Okay. Now I can show you what I have in mind. There we go. So tell me if this is you. If you can see, there's a tiny blue dot that seems to be going in circles. Circling and circling and circling, and it seems like no matter how hard it tries to get anywhere new, it ends up back where it started before. I think we can feel like this sometimes, where we keep ending up in circles that don't seem to go anywhere. But allow me to pause this and slow it down even more. You see, I don't think it's slowing. It likes to go that fast. Sometimes it seems like we are going in circles, but actually, that's only from one perspective. And if you can shift your perspective to a new angle, you were never going in cycles, but going higher and higher. Now you see, it's not this dot traveling in a circle, it's traveling in a spiral, climbing higher and higher each time it cycles. Likewise, in your life too, you may feel like you're stuck in a loop, but that's only when you're looking from a bird's eye view. From another perspective, you have always been climbing higher and higher. It just seems like you're returning to the same space. But every time that you return to a place you're familiar with, you learn something new about yourself. Just like climbing the notes on a piano, you climb from C to D to E to F to G, to A to B, and then you go back to C, does that mean you're at the same key? No. You're at the same note, but now at a higher octave, a higher frequency, and you are always climbing the octaves. You have never, ever returned to the same place twice. And this is the dimension of time. You are always moving forward in your journey. You just have to remember in what direction. I'm happy that analogy resonated with you. Dear glory to Brahman. Radhe Shyam. Dear gardening Gregor, you share the climbing reminds you of how they say enlightenment is eventually inevitable. You are always climbing, then the distance between you and your destination is always decreasing. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your finger heart and your half a dozen fast bursts. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. You're very welcome, dear Christine. Dear Jonathan, you ask, have I ever experienced sudden realization and enlightenment? Sudden would imply that there's a time component to the spiritual journey. There is a time component to our body, a time component to our mind, just as there are spatial components too. But these things stem in origin from the spirit, which is the abode of enlightenment itself. The reason why we use the metaphor of light is because you don't actually see with your eyes, but your inner eye, so to speak. That what you are looking at is not light directly, but the image upon your mind's eye. So in your inner field of consciousness, what illumines or enlightens that space? That is the self to be realized. The self that you have always been. The self that has been eternally illuminating the world before you. Now there may be some particular moments of getting closer to that light source, but can you ever reach something that is infinitely far away from the place we start our journey, which is in the world? Or does that journey only asymptotically take us closer and closer to that? Like the curve of a half-life graph, which exponentially decays. It never quite touches the x-axis. But going forward, it continues to get ever so close that we say in the limit, it reaches 0. so that whatever space that exists between your sense of self and your true self at any time, that space will always be crossed just in a matter of time. Dear Carol, you ask, have I managed to overcome anger? You share you struggle with this. It leads to lots of fear and shame. The Buddhists would say that anger arises from fear. So maybe that fear you experience before or after the anger is not the result of it, but actually the cause. The Buddhist view is that anger arises from fear as a defense mechanism to prevent what you're afraid of from happening. And that fear arises from something deeper too, which is attachment, worldly attachment, attachment to something external from you. And that arises from something deeper too. And it's a really specific one. All of the other ones have simple one-word answers: anger, fear, attachment, but the cause of attachment is a full sentence. It's ignorance of the nature of impermanence, which is really specific, but it hits the nail on the head. I'll give you an example. A mother may get angry at her son for sneaking out. Let's follow this model. Suppose that anger has come from a fear. Why does that mother get angry at her son for sneaking out then? What is it that she's afraid of? We can go in this direction. And I invite everyone to answer. And thank you for the follow, dear Truth Seeker. Good night, dear Chloe. Him getting some girl pregnant, dear Marcy. Sure. Danger or suffering, shares Just Jillian. Dear Sky, you share because she's afraid that something bad could have happened to him. Carol, you share her son getting hurt or not following what she thinks is good and right. These are all wonderful answers. Yeah. Those are all completely valid fears that a mother may have. And we can pick any of them in particular, or maybe you can continue in the one that makes sense to you. I will use the general answer that Skystorm shared, which is because she's afraid something bad could have happened to them. And by them, of course, we're referring to their body, usually, or their mind, in this case. So then what is that mother attached to? I already kind of gave the answer to that, but she's attached to her son, generally. She's attached to the well-being, the health, and the a sense of responsibility for her son. Now, mind you, the conclusion we're going to reach is not that she shouldn't be a mother. Because absolutely taking care of your son as a mother is your responsibility. So she's not wrong for having that intention. But there's a deeper kind of ignorance that, once filled in with the light of knowledge, removes that fear and removes that anger, but does not remove the role of being a mother and taking care of her son. And as the Buddhists would put it, it's ignorance of the nature of impermanence. So what is it in this case that a mother would falsely believe is impermanent, no matter how great of a mother? Mind you, this isn't a question of how good of a mother they are. It's a question of a source of fear and anger. What is it that such a mother who scolds her son for sneaking out believes is permanent, but actually is inevitably going to be subject to change, no matter of how good of a mother she is? Trust is a good answer, dear Crossfires. The state of her son's thinking and behavior is an excellent answer, dear Donsuela. Absolutely. And on top of that, there's going to be times where that child is going to explore their independence. Her son in general is going to go through periods of change, dear Carol. G, you share the child must grow up and be his own person. And yeah, her ability to protect them is subject to change too. Can you wear the hat for a while, dear Gregor G? Of course. Here, you keep it warm for me, dear Gregor G. So, this doesn't have to be a living truth for you right now, especially all the mothers listening. But you can see how, if a mother were to understand and accept that there are things out of her control, that she won't have a permanent hold on her son's behavior forever, if ever, as I'm sure you know how sons can be, that her son is going to get into trouble one of these times, is going to probably experience something bad happen to them, that there would be less of a hold, an attachment, not in the loving sense, but in the kind of controlling sense. And without that kind of attachment, without that grasping for the state of their son's well-being to be perfect, that fear would be a lot less common, and that fear would be less likely to give rise to anger. That if you can come from a place of understanding of the nature of impermanence of these things, then when her son returns, rather than getting angry, there might be something different, something still motherly, like, I love you and I'm still learning to understand why you feel the need to do this, because I hope you know that you can be honest with me and not feel like you have to hide things from me. And I'm still working on my own emotions and understanding that your behavior is not a reflection of me necessarily, and that I would like for you to be more honest with me, but I can't control you. And if you decide to associate with influences that I don't think are healthy, then, you know, that's your life that you're setting up for yourself. And I just want the best for you. And if you can place yourself in a position of being the son, and you imagine hearing those words, you would probably not get as defensive as a son too. And there might even be a kind of agreement reached or compromise. This has just been one example of following the nature of anger back into its source of fear and attachment and ignorance of the nature of impermanence. But the same model can apply to any anger. And so one thing that you can do if you are struggling with anger is to play that thought experiment with yourself. What am I afraid of? Or you can even do it for other people. What are they afraid of? And then go back into the attachment, and then give yourself the understanding that some things are not a reflection of you, and you don't have to try to create some permanent state of anything in this world when everything is subject to change. Thank you for the question, dear Carol. And if anyone ever wants to play that game with me, I would love to explore applying that model to any particular anger or fear or attachment in our lives. And thank you, dear Alexander. That's very beautiful, dear Crossfires. It's all about a balance, and your children don't come with a manual. Now, people have written many books on how to be a good parent. But your child doesn't come with a book specifically tailored for them. You have to learn that at the same time that they are learning. Yeah, it's a really precise idea. I really like the various models that Buddhists have discovered for psychology. Some of the earliest work on psychology has come from Buddhists, and I really love their exploration of these things. It's very scientific. I hope you don't get overwhelmed with all of the different subjects that we go through here, just Jillian. I truly believe that if even one of these things I share sticks with you, forget about everything else I said. If there's just anything in particular that resonates with you, explore that one-pointedly. Hello, dear hand fingers. That reminds me. Yep, they're still there. Hello, dear angel. and Diva. Dear Gregarji, may I have the hat back, please? Unless you want to continue wearing it. Thank you, Gregarji. Dear Carol, you share the struggle is embodying the knowledge and not having it haunt you, but give you peace. That is an essential part of the learning process. It is said in yoga that knowledge comes in 3 stages. The first is Shravana, that you hear about it. We all can hear about knowledge. And it's an important step, because if you're not listening, you definitely won't be able to understand much of anything. Whoever you're listening to, and not just listening, but other senses, like seeing and feeling. But you can't just listen to something. You have to chew on it. You have to think about it. You have to process it. That's why a lot of teachers recommend taking notes after the class. That listen with your heart, fully attentive, and then at the end of the class try to write down everything that you remember. That way you engage with the material. Or if you really want to be changed by a book you're reading, every few pages just pause and think about what you read. Try to think of the top 3 words that were important, or terms, things like that. And that's the next stage, which is called manana in Sanskrit. And manana is a beautiful word because it literally translates to debate. That you have to debate maybe yourself or even the person sharing this information with you. Because if it's not really sinking in, how can you accept it into your experience? You have to kind of tussle with it. You really gotta play wrestle with this new experience until you go, oh, okay, I see how this is a part of my experience. And you know when you've reached the manana level of understanding of anything, when you're able to talk about it freely. Because now you see it for yourself in your own experience. And so you can draw from your own experience at that point. If it's just Shravana level, if it's just something you heard, then all you can do is really say the exact thing that you heard. Or maybe rephrase it in a different way. But generally it's just a kind of memorization at best. At the level of manana, you can talk freely yourself. You can have the ability to have a conversation about it. But there's one more level of understanding. In Sanskrit, that's known as niridhyasana. Niridhyasana. I'm not actually sure what the literal translation of that is. Niridhyasana. Niridhyasana literally translates to what? All the definitions online seem to tell me the same thing I already know. I'll explore it at another time. Anyway, Niridhyasana is the level of incorporating it into your life. Because we can talk all we want about our theoretical understanding, but are we imbibing that truth? And really, the step from manana to nididhyasana is very simple. We just have to remember that knowledge when we're making a decision. But it's also the hard part, because when you are making a decision, it's just a lot easier to forget everything you know. Especially if you're in a heated environment, if you're angry. No matter how much anger management classes you've taken, the moment you're angry, almost all of that goes away. So we have to really be diligent in keeping that knowledge in mind when we are making these decisions. But that's really it. It's that simple. It's that simple, but not easy. That we keep these truths in mind when we are acting, and we put faith in them, and we allow our behavior and our actions to reflect these truths. Yeah, I took a moment to think about breaking down the Sanskrit letters in nididhyasana. Generally, for root words, which are only a few letters, we can rely on the meaning of each letter. But the compound words is another way in which we form meaningful units of sound in language. Nididhyasana is certainly a length that I would expect to be a compound, so it would take a while to first break apart each of the various roots and affixes, and then we could meditate on those roots and then combine them. But it's a little beyond the scope of the time we have in the Sangha. Anyway, I'm sure that actually ChatGPT would know. It's a great resource on Sanskrit. I don't know what part of OpenAI, I don't know who or if there's any member that decided to train these GPT models on Sanskrit, but bless them, because it's made for one of the most accessible resources for learning Sanskrit. So let me ask. What is the literal morpheme for morpheme translation of the Sanskrit word nididhyasana, breaking apart its roots and affixes, etc.? I'm really curious to know. Alright, so it starts with the prefix ni, which conveys meaning like down or into or within or intensely. It often implies a sense of thoroughness or immersion. Dhi, this root from the verbal root dhi, refers to thought, reflection, or intelligence. It is associated with meditative intellectual activity. Then there's dhya, which comes from the verbal root dhyay, or dhya in its weak form, which means to meditate, to contemplate, or to focus the mind. And sana, this suffix originates from the nominalization process in Sanskrit. Specifically, ana or sana is a common suffix used to form abstract nouns from verbal roots, indicating the act, process, or state of the root action. So literally, morpheme by morpheme, it's intensely, inwardly, thought, intelligence, meditating, contemplating, the act or state of. When combined, it literally translates to the act of deeply or inwardly meditating or contemplating. Nididhyasana. And as we were talking about, in Vedantic usage, it refers specifically to profound and repeated contemplation or meditation on truths derived from scriptural study, shravana, and reflection, manana, aimed at internalizing and realizing them. I like your translation, Gregor G. Immersed in the intellect through meditation. Yeah, or intellectual meditative immersion. Thank you for the follow, dear Fiddle Leaf and Ghostface. I feel like you followed me before. Both of you, actually. I wonder if you're very efficient with your follows. You just follow for the duration of the live stream. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not assuming. Dear Justilian, you share on the subject any scriptural study I'd recommend for beginners. For beginners, I probably wouldn't recommend scripture. Scripture has the means to take us to the ends, but really we should begin with really simple practices like shaping our actions in daily life to become more selfless, taking care of this body and mind, getting into really healthy routines, and having relationships that can support some later levels of spiritual practice. And I say later levels, but I don't mean to imply that you can only read scripture once you're advanced. But as a foundation for learning scripture, it's vital that we are in a good position of life to do so. To use a kind of extreme example, imagine you're running from a bear. If you're running from a bear, it's probably not the best time to crack open a scripture. You have some other priorities to attend to. If you're in a position like Pavlov's hierarchy of needs, there are some things that it's best attended to first. And really making sure that we have some healthy routines in our life can serve as a very wonderful basis to really give us the appropriate time and mental clarity to do some scriptural study. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's right, Talita. Thank you for that. Now start salivating. Anyway, Pavlov reference aside, and that said, if you feel like you're in a good place in life to begin studying, then I would really recommend finding a teacher who can go through your studies with you. There's a lot of wonderful teachers online on YouTube that go through the scriptures verse by verse, dedicating an entire episode each time. A really great scripture to start with is the Bhagavad Gita. It's kind of the essence of a lot of different scriptures. It covers so many bases that this is kind of all you need in many ways. It's, I believe, about an 800 verse subset from the longest story ever, which is 800,000 verses. No, sorry, not that big. It's 80,000 verses. And this is 800 verses from that story. The greater story is called the Mahabharata. So what is 800 into 80,000? That's 1%, isn't it? Literally 1%. So the best 1% of the greatest epic that we know of in terms of length is distilled in essence here in the Bhagavad Gita. And so if you think about it heuristically in that sense, it's got everything you need. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the cheer you up. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Hello, dear Stevie G. You are now ready to talk about what we were talking about a little bit ago. Yes, in our private messages, you had asked some amazing questions about the nature of the mind and its relationship to the soul. I'd be happy to go through it with you and include others. And thank you, dear Code Man, for your heart me and tiny. Yippee! And thank you, dear MJ, for your hand hearts. Om Dung Durgaye Namah. Before we dive into what Stevie G was referring to, I hadn't got to answer Annika. Dear Annika, you had asked, how do you get over awkwardness? And maybe this isn't the place for this question. This is a wonderful question, dear Annika. I love it a lot. I have certainly had a lot of awkward experiences, and let me tell you, I am, in most circumstances, a very awkward person. When I'm in my element, I feel calm and collected. And you have come into a space where I'm in my element. But when I am out of my comfort zone, I am a very awkward person. So I hope to relate with you in that way. I'm always fumbling over my words, and, you know, I'm a very shy person in other ways, messing up the way in which I present myself. But I've learned to kind of love that part of me. And it goes back to a time in which I was young, in 5th grade, that we had a new student. And this new student was very awkward, as many new students are. And they were from an entirely different part of the world. They were from Australia. Southern Hemisphere, totally different culture. And this Australian kid was having to adjust to Canadian culture and education, and he was also very tall, very, very tall for his age. He was the tallest in the class by far, already in grade 5, probably close to 6 feet. But everybody loved him, and I have to admit that I was envious, because I was the new kid just a year before, and everybody hated me. But instead of hating him back, I wanted to kind of study him. I thought, what about his awkwardness made him relatable? And I realized that the difference between my awkwardness and his awkwardness is that he embraced it, whereas I tried to hide it or tried to pretend like I wasn't awkward. But this student, my classmate, every time he would be awkward, you know, he would laugh and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so awkward." Or he would go, "I'm always messing up my words." The most common thing he would do is he would just make nonsense sounds after he was awkward. He would go, blah, 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 blah. And everyone would laugh, including myself. And it was like he was so at peace with the fact that he was awkward. So his awkwardness wasn't an absence of peace, but a part of him. Something that made him unique and relatable. And I've never forgotten that, as per why I'm sharing the story still to this day. And I also think about the people in my life whenever they're awkward. I don't think any less of them. And especially not if they're fully conscious of the fact that their awkwardness is something that makes us human. And I think it's cute. I think it's endearing. Yeah. As Fiddleleaf put it, endearing is a great word. Because we're all kind of just trying our best to relate with each other. And we get excited at times. We fumble over our words. Sometimes our mind goes faster than our mouth. Sometimes our connotation doesn't, or intonation doesn't match our connotation. And that's okay. There's no perfect way to convey yourself. And if you can even embrace those imperfections, you become superpowered in the sense that your awkwardness actually allows you to be more social. Allows you to be on the in-group of so many. Now, dear Annika, you did a high five with someone that was trying to pound it and it kept you up last night. That's hilarious. I love that. My friend and I did that once, and then we made a game out of it. And so the game was that I would always try to do the opposite of what the person was doing, and they would always try to do the same. And so every time we met each other, that one hand would go up and another, and then in a split second, I would go like this, or he would come to quickly match it, and we'd connect and he'd get a point. Or that I would come and I'd duke him out, and then he would change thinking that I would, and then I'd get a point. That's a fun way to make a game out of it. You did that to a person, dear G, and you're best friends now. I love that. Thank you, dear Trevor, for your friendship. Your friendship necklace, and your friendship, but your friendship necklace, your heart being 10 fast bursts. Om Kringali Gaye Nama. MJ, you share, that's why you're usually very quiet here. Awkward feelings always. Well, that's perfectly welcome. And Isabella, thank you for your trio of GGs. And I hope you find that when you're here, no one's gonna laugh at you. If you ever mumble your words, I mean, fumble your words. Thank you, dear John Simon, for your heartmeat. Om Song Somaya Namah. May you have a wonderful rest of your day, dear Annika. Dear Donsuela, you regularly do the impromptu oop dance with a stranger in the grocery store trying to get by, right? Oop, sorry, sorry, I'm going this now. Okay, I'm just gonna stand back, you go. Oh, you're letting me? Okay, oh, sorry, no, I didn't realize you were going there. Yeah, I think It's been variously called many things, but you might be unsurprised to know that it's also called a Canadian standoff in Canada. I've heard it called that. Can I sneak past? The problem about a Canadian standoff is that neither person moves. And then the lights go off in the grocery store, and then you have to make small talk over the night until the morning comes and the custodians come, and then they finally get you to move because they have to wash the floor, so they orchestrate it for you. And thank you, dear Jennifer, for your heart me. Dear Stevie G, you share a new thing you're starting. Instead of someone saying hell yeah, you'll now say heaven yeah. I like that. Heaven yeah, man. Heaven yeah. That's funny, Fiddleleaf. You share there's a movie called LA Story where 4 Californians wave each other off in a car intersection and then all 4 go at the same time and crash. I like that. And Macaroni, you share, how about when soccer moms collectively all say, oh hi, and harmonize? I love that. Heaven yeah. Alright, dear Stevie G, you wanted to talk about the nature of the mind and the nature of the soul and how they're connected. I would leave it to you for how you want to phrase that question, what aspect you would like to explore. Dear Isaac has a quick question though. Do I believe in somewhere after death? Life, heaven, hell? Going back to the Ga, which is what your comment says before it got cut off, aka stardust and such. Galaxy. I like the Ga. Well, I'm not exactly sure if this is a quick question. Well, maybe it's a quick question, but a not so quick answer. I respect various different viewpoints. I think all of those things can be true in their own regard simultaneously. And I even believe there are perspectives which can unify these differences so that every possible afterlife is just a different way of viewing the same afterlife. Just like you've seen those art sculptures that you look at one way and then you turn 90 degrees and an entirely different form comes through. Art that looks different from different angles. It's called an amograph. Oh, I didn't even know there was a word for that. See if I can pull up a GIF for you. Oh, I see there's various different... This wasn't exactly what I was referring to. Amographs are a very particular kind. But I was thinking of something different in mind. Here's a great example of what I'm talking about. I'll pull it up on screen. Let me make sure you can actually see it. So you see from this angle, the art is clearly two giraffes holding each other's tail. Right? But as you walk around to see it from another perspective, something new appears to form. This time, it's an elephant. Exact same thing, but from one angle is two giraffes, and from another is an elephant. And there's no limit to the number of different perspectives that you can have on the same thing, giving rise to completely valid views. Can you imagine that the afterlife is another example of such a thing? That genuinely appears to look one way for one person and completely different from another, even if it's the exact same thing. Or like 6 versus 9, dear Fiddleleaf. I like that. I'm happy you like that too, dear Isaac. Alright. Now, I did promise that dear Stevie G would have my attention in this question. I have you at a point where you wonder, is everything just nothing? That's a good place to be at. Or is nothing just everything? Also, another question is, why or how does the causal plane exist? And another question you have is, what is making the causal project itself outwards? All great questions. Let's go through these two different things. They're actually subtly different models, but we can relate them together. We'll start with the idea of 3 different planes of existence. I'll bring up my blackboard here. So in classical Indian philosophy, there is something called the 3-body model. And it's a nice way of categorizing different parts of our experience in a way that's helpful for understanding our true self. We start with the physical. That we have an existence taking place at the physical, namely our body. But a body is not the only thing happening here. In the 3-body model, we also differentiate between the body and the mind, which is part of the subtle. This includes things like the mind, as I said, but other parts too, like our senses. You'll notice I've drawn it as bigger than the body. And this is true. In the 3-body model, our subtle body actually contains the physical body. You could compare it to someone's personal space or their aura. That when you're sitting right next to someone, you are in the space of their mind, in the space of their subtle body. But even subtler than the subtle, and you'll notice it gets harder to draw, we have a 3rd level of our being. It's the level of our being that we're probably least familiar with. And that's the causal. And probably the part of it that you are most familiar with when it comes to the causal is your inclinations. And it's also even bigger than the subtle. If I'm not mistaken, there is a measurement. It's about a foot larger in each. So the idea is that if you can bring yourself in understanding that there's more than just the body is actually contained within the mind, and there's even something more than the mind. The mind is contained in very, very subtle impressions, just in the space of consciousness, called the causal body. Then this is a sequence of parts of your experience that lead you to your true self. Your true self is beyond description. So unfortunately, after the causal, I can't say anything more. But if you can follow that path inward, you're led to your true self. An important thing to know here is that these are very distinct layers of our experience. For example, the mind is something very distinct from the body, even though we might colloquially refer to parts of our mind as the brain. We say that person has big brains, or that they're missing their brain, or things like that. The difference between the body and the mind is like the difference between hardware and software. That you can open up the physical hardware of a computer. You can open up the CPU, you can open up the hard drive, you can open up the RAM, the power control unit, but you won't find the software. Similarly, you can open up the brain, but you won't find anything called the mind. It exists at a different layer of reality in this model. Dear Donsuela, you ask, are inclinations the same as our proclivities toward material life? It is a part of it, yeah. Things that even go beyond your mind, like you might have never even thought that you would be good at playing the piano, but you might naturally find yourself to be a good piano player after some practice. That kind of inclination is not a part of your mind per se, not a part of your subtle body, but a part of something which is more subtle than really our words can even touch. It's very close to the nature of our true self that a lot of our vocabulary fails. I'll give you the formal definition. The causal body is the collection of your karmas that have yet to come to be. It's your sanchita karma. It's the bank account of all past karmas. And your physical is your prarabdha karma, which is the karmas that have come into fruition. You have no idea what an inclination is, dear the only S. Well, you're not alone in having difficulty grasping this, because there isn't a lot to grasp. It's like something so simple. I mean, it's hard enough going from the physical body to the subtle body. But going from the subtle body to the causal is a whole other ball game, isn't it? But it's a part of your intuition. It's a part of fears that can't seemingly be explained within one life. Like, for example, my sister has a terrible fear of fire, but she has not had an experience of fire in any negative way in this life. So that would probably be an example of something that is not an impression in her mind per se, but in her causal body, likely from a past life, according to this model, mind you. Can causal be affected by Sangha, dear Tattvamasi? Absolutely. Yes. In fact, you shape your causal body by Sangha. By the literal translation of the word Sangha, by what you associate with, that creates the impressions, the samskaras in the causal. In other words, you control the whole human system from the point of the causal. Then that manifests in the subtle and then in the physical. So mind over matter, but awareness over mind, what you bring your awareness to, is what you impress upon the causal body. Did she have any difficulty with fire as a child, dear Fiddle Leaf, you ask? Oh yeah, ever since like she was born. She practically came out of the womb terrified of fire for seemingly no reason. Thank you, dear Jennifer, for the heart you had sent. And dear Trevor for the 18 GGs and your quintet of tiny tinies. Yippee! So, where does the soul come in? Well, it depends precisely what we mean by soul. But according to this model, it would be appropriate to call the causal body your soul. And that contains the mind and contains the body, so to speak. But as dear Stevie G already knows, it gets more complicated than that. So now we're moving on to a different model to explain the nature of the soul in relation to this. Okay. So I just had my pen. Where did the pen disappear to? It's remarkable. Our ability to put something down and then immediately lose where it is. Found it. So adjusting those associations can adjust the inclinations. Absolutely, dear Just Jillian. Yeah. You do have influence over your inclinations. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your rosa. Ram, ram. And dear John Simon, thank you for your GG. Om Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. So I'm going to tell you about the metaphor of the bubble, which is common in schools of Indian philosophy, to help distinguish between the self, the soul, and the supreme consciousness. So I'm going to introduce 4 different terms, because there's 4 parts of this bubble that I want to bring your attention to. First of all, there is a word called Paramatma. Then there is a word called Atma. Then there is a word called Jivatma. And then there is a word called Jiva. The hard part about understanding the word soul in English is it can refer to any of these distinct concepts in Sanskrit. But you'll notice that they all share something, which is why they are related. In Paramatma, there is the word Atma. In Jivatma, there is the word Jiva. And in Jivatma, there is also the word Atma. It would be most correct to translate Jiva as soul. It would be most correct to translate Atma as self. It would be most correct to translate Paramatma as the higher self. And it would be most correct to translate Jivatma as the self of the soul. Think of a bubble. The membrane of the bubble itself is the jiva, or soul. Just the boundary which separates outer space from inner space. The container itself is the jiva, or soul. The space inside the bubble is the Atma, or the self. And the space outside, all around, is the higher self. So the reason we say that we are the same in essence with the divine, for example, is because the space inside this bubble is the same as the space outside. Literally, the only difference between the self, the Atma, and the higher self, the Paramatma, is that we have a membrane that creates a sense of duality. Oh, and thank you for reminding me, Tattvamasi. And the Jivatma, name implied, is the membrane, the Jiva, and the Atma, the space inside too, as well. So, these are the terminologies that are used in Sanskrit in reference to the soul. So, what does this mean for you? It means that your true nature should be realized as one in essence with everything around you. if the bubble were to pop, you would not go anywhere, because you aren't the bubble in the sense of the jiva, in the sense of the membrane. But you are in the sense of the jivatma, in the sense of the self of the soul. It's meaningful to identify with the bubble as long as you identify with the space inside and not just a membrane. But it does get very nuanced. Because, as we said, the soul is also another name for our causal body. And it's true that this bubble is our causal body. But you might then expect, with the diagram I drew previously, that inside the bubble you find the subtle body, including the mind, and inside the subtle body and mind you find the body. But that's not exactly so. It would be more accurate to say that the subtle body is a projection of what's on the surface of the causal body. It's not actually inside, but it appears to be so, like a hologram. And similarly, inside the mind is the projection of our body. So it may look like inside the bubble, in a literal sense, there is a mind and a body. But actually, the body and mind exist on the surface. That truly within you is just empty space. But that empty space is filled with the light that is refracted from the subtle imperfections in the membrane that is the soul. And this is identical to modern physicists' belief about black holes and universes having their contents as projections of what's on the surface. So if you want a scientific connection, allow me to bring up the idea from science, which has stumbled upon the same kind of system as did these ancient ponderers. It's an idea in modern physics that the universe is a hologram. It's called the holographic principle, that suggests our universe is actually two-dimensional at its core. And the third dimension is a kind of projection from the surface. And if you want to learn more about this, there's a very complicated Wikipedia article that I have on your screen. And it goes into a lot of math that I don't pretend to understand. But it's a similar idea if you want a connection to science. That all the information for the universe to be as it is found on the surface of a 2D manifold. And so the appearance of 3D is more of a projection. And in the same way, in the bubble analogy, that truly there is no substantial content to a body or a mind, as it appears simply as a kind of diffraction on the surface of a bubble. And it's that bubble that we call the soul, according to this ancient model. So that really what defines your limited self is just the boundary between the inner space that you call the self and the outer space that you call the rest of the universe. And depending on how the surface of that bubble is vibrating, manifests the appearance of a mind and a body. Now, this is all just theoretical, but if there's any takeaway that's important, it's to know that your true essence is not what's on the surface of the bubble, but what's inside. And if that bubble were to ever pop, you would simply merge with the universe, and there would be no discontinuity in your identity. As such, this model is predominantly employed to guide people to peace, in the same way the metaphor of a river joining with the ocean implies that the identity of a river is not absolutely lost once it reaches the ocean, but actually becomes the ocean. So yes, in theory, you can pop the bubble. But not through death. However, I take all of this more as a metaphor anyway, and that the popping of the bubble need not happen in any literal sense, but rather in, just as you have been using the mind blown emoji, your mind hasn't actually been exploded, hasn't been popped, but your worldview has. And in the same way, we pop out of our limited realization of ourself and into the understanding that we are part of something much greater. What was the name of that Wikipedia article? Dear Fernando asks, the holographic principle. And if you want a better source, you're welcome to explore better sources. But anyway, I have found in my experience that when it comes to the really nerdy articles, no one's bothering to really maliciously change parts. The only people that are looking at those articles are people that are really interested in learning from them. Anyway, math and physics is really well represented, I find, in my experience on Wikipedia. I wouldn't say the same for articles about celebrities or politics or things like that, but for really nerdy things, it's really great. Yes, I like your connection to the dissolution of the ego, dear Fiddleleaf. And I like your connection with passing of this life, dear Moonflower Magic. And thank you for the heart meme. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namah. Tatvamasi, you asked, but then the surface and inner and outer are also labels of the surface. Exactly. Yeah. The only reason we even have a concept of the outside or the inside is due to the boundary. Without that boundary, there is no inside as different from outside. The only S you ask, but where's that light coming from? Is it just the creators doing, our doing? Oh, Good question. Yeah. That is just a property of the space, is that it's illuminating. This isn't space in the way that we understand a vacuum, but a much more abstract kind of space in analogy, which is changeless, but not attributeless. Well, there's ways we can realize that it's attributeless, but there are ways of attributing essential natures to the space. And an essential nature of the Atma, or Brahman, is that it is illuminating. But that illumination is one with it, in the same way that fire is one with the light. Fire without light cannot be really called fire. You might call it heat, but if light isn't being emitted, then it's not fire. In the same way, what we're talking about, that we've been using space to describe, is one with light. They are inseparable. Yeah, that's the Sanskrit word for beyond quality. Dear Tattvamasi, Nirguna. The way in which that space is nirguna and yet has essential qualities like the power to illuminate is not so different than the idea that darkness has the capacity to hold light. In this case, it's a little different because we tend to distinguish between light and darkness. But there is a relationship there, because darkness isn't merely absence of light, it's the space that light could be. Just by providing that space, you could argue, is enough to assume the existence of light. Because why would there be space for something that doesn't exist? Especially when it comes to the nature of the universe. In a similar way, that Brahman, that Paramatma, we call as Nirguna, beyond qualities, and yet Saguna, having qualities like light, is due to a similar principle, that its very absence of qualities is what gives the space and possibility for qualities themselves. Hello, dear Zyrothale. If I can pronounce your name better, please let me know. You had asked what I think of the number 9 in numerology. I am not studied myself in numerology. But we use a base 10 system of counting. And as such, it has very, very human connections. Maybe it would help to explore, what the decimal system is. Quickly. I promise not to go on a boring tangent of math. So what the base 10 system is simply means that we start reusing our symbols after 10. So we use the symbols 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we reuse the symbols. So that number of symbols in a system before we start reusing them is called base 10. So in base 10, the number 10 is written by reusing the symbols. That we start using the symbols to have a tens column and another one for the digits column. And so 10 in base 10 is written 1, 0. You don't have to have this many of symbols. You could have less. Computers just use 2 symbols called binary. Oh, they don't use the digit 2. They use the digit 1 and 0. And so in binary, the number 2 is written 1, 0. But these are not the same 1 zeros. Because on the left we have 2, and on the right we have 10. But whatever that number is in the base system, that by definition means we have to start reusing the numbers. And we could have more than just 10 symbols for our base system. We could write 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we make up a new symbol. Like, let's say, a backwards 3 is 10. Or no, let's do this. And upside down 2 is 10. And then a backwards 3 is 11. And then we start reusing it. So in this system, we would write 12 as 1, 0 as well. So every system, you write that number as 1, 0. But in, let's say, in base 10, we would write 9 as just a digit 9, and every higher base we'd also write it as 9. But a base lower than 10, we would have to start reusing digits. For example, in binary you would write it as a 1 in the 8s column, a 0 in the 4s column, a 0 in the 2s column, and a 1 in the 1s column. So what's meaningful about the number 9 in a base 10 system is that it's the last digit before you start reusing digits. It would have the same meaning as 11 in a base 12 system, or as 0 in a base 2 system, or sorry, not 0, as 1 in a base 2 system. And because base 10 is the most common that humans use, the number 9 has this human significance of representing a kind of finality before a cycle restarts again. But it's not to do with the value 9, because as we said, the value 9 can be represented as 1001, which could mean something entirely different if you're just looking at the digits. The meaning comes from our use of it in our base 10 system. And a lot of numerology comes from that. And if we used a different system, then we'd have entirely different meanings for the numbers. Like the Aztecs used a base 60 system, I believe. And so for them, the number of finality would be 59. Of course, they wouldn't say 59 because that implies the digits 5, 9 in a decimal system. It would just be a single symbol that represents that many things. And I love exploring different base systems. They're so fascinating in all the different ways in which we represent our numbers. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your tiny. Yippee! Now, I'm not sure if that answers the question on what the number 9 means to you, but that's a little bit of an exploration of different base systems. Probably the reason that we use a base 10 system is because we have 10 digits. So when we're relaying a number to each other, we can just relay the digits. If I wanted to relay the number 562, I'd go if we had a different number of fingers, it would be a different number of fingers that were thrown up for such an amount. And of course we wouldn't call it 562, but it would be called Blorbian Qualobri or something like that, which would represent completely different digits perhaps. There's also a lot of history of humans using different base systems. For example, many people use base 12 in other cultures, especially in the past, and that comes from the 12 different interpharyngeal crevices in our fingers. That you'll notice that we can use our thumb as a pointer here, and we can point to that crevice, that one, and that one. 3 for the index, 3 for the middle, 3 for the ring, and 3 for the pinky. So another entirely valid way of counting with our hands is going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And so some cultures adopted that, and they ended up using a base 12 system. And if you use your left hand to keep track of dozens, then after you count to 12, then you put one finger up, and then after you count to 24, you put another, and then 36, 48, and then 60. And so using your left hand to represent dozens and your right hand to represent units, then you can see how a lot of cultures valued the number 60, because then you can count to 60 with your hands. But it's by far not the most efficient way. If you use binary, you can count to more than 1,000 on your hands. I think it'd be easier if I put my hands like this. In binary, if you just consider all of your fingers as either being up or down in various combinations, then there's 1,000 different combinations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's hard to move this finger. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, etc. You can count all the way up to 1,000 because it doubles on each one. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, and 1,024. Now, dear Stevie G, you ask, so what are we then? We can't be space because we aren't an element, right? That's correct. But the element of space also bears the English word space, but in this context that we were actually talking about a different kind of space. We were talking about the space of consciousness, which is not actually made up of the element of space. It's a totally different kind of space. There are many different kinds of space, I should just say. The kind of space that we ordinarily understand, physical space, is not our nature. We are conscious space. And inside conscious space, which is infinite dimensional, a Hilbert space mathematically, inside of that infinite dimensional space, there is a manifestation of physical space and physical matter. But even that space has a beginning and an end. Physicists today understand that our space began at a point of time. There was a time before space, which is a crazy sentence. That's right, dear Gregorji. Jidakasha. But actually, we aren't even quite Jidakasha. That's just the closest thing on that chart. Even that is ultimately a metaphor. All words that we can use can only point us the way. Space of consciousness is a great word, Jidakasha, but it's also just a pointer. Dear Mama JJ, you thought there was no beginning and no end. That is true for us, but not true for the universe. The universe appears to have a beginning and an end, but not an absolute beginning or end necessarily. Just a kind of local event where things start over again. Oh, I'm happy to hear of your poem, dear Tacoma. You can check out the link tree in my bio. LINKTREE. There's a dot before the EE. linktr.ee/YAMSOX. And then there's a submission form using Google Forms to be able to drop off files like images or text files or audios. Good night, dear Just Jillian. Oh, I'm just a very passionate student. What is life if not a metaphor for some niche story the gods tell each other? I like that, Gregorji. The only S you clarify. And so pure consciousness is the creator as well. In the way we use the word creator in English, yes, we associate that with the ultimate. But in the context of Sanskrit, the language of our discussion so far, the creator is actually a part of the creation. It's the first part of creation. It's the initial impulse that bestows the rest, which is very interesting. And that's something that uniquely differentiates Western philosophy or Western spirituality from Eastern spirituality, is that in the West we associate the creator with the ultimate. In the East, there's all sorts of layers that are even above the creator. Pure consciousness in Sanskrit is something that's even beyond the creator. And that's not to dismiss the reverence that people have for the creator in the West. It's just a difference of terminology. We use that word in a different way. that the Western idea of creator is equivalent to pure consciousness in the East. But in the East, the term creator is not synonymous, but a dissension of the pure consciousness. I like your connection to the major arcana, dear Fiddleleaf. 0 is the Fool, 1 is the Magician. Okay, Stevie G. You want me to take you into your nothingness consciousness self, please? You want me to take you to where you already are? Well, here's a riddle for you. If I were to take you on a journey that leads to where you already are, would that journey be over before it started, or would it never end? If you ordered no pizza, would that pizza of nothingness arrive instantly, or would it never arrive? And that is the journey we have never been on and have always been on. Delivering the nothing pizza to no one. Schrodinger's pizza. I like that, Talkington. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your trio of roses. And dear Mr. Blue, thank you for your trio of ice cream cones. And thank you, Alizavi, for your pair of finger hearts. Om Kamalir Mahang Kali Kaye Namaha. That is very accurate, dear Mr. Blue. You didn't order a pizza and it didn't arrive. So if you ordered nothing, how long does it take for nothing to arrive? You could also say, it was there even before you ordered nothing. All you have to do is open your door and there it is. Nothing. You'll find nothing to have already been on your doorstep. At the same time, the delivery driver will never come. Because there's nothing to deliver. You think your brain is completely scrambled in the best way, shares Don Suela. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, it's good to make scrambled brains. Tatvam Asi, you share Alan Watts once mentioned. Alan Watts once mentioned someone say, "Come on, Shiva, give up the act." Oh, that is the heart that of Shaivism, especially Kashmir Shaivism. Shaivites believe it's all just Shiva pretending not to be Shiva. Come on, Shiva. You know you're Shiva, but you're pretending to be me. Let me be you. Dear Tacoma, it's okay. I am happy to answer again. check out the link tree in my bio. There's a submission form for you to upload your show and tell. Yeah, I like that, Greg RG. If I go on a trip to nowhere, when will I get back home? Or, when it comes to understanding our true self, if your true self is nobody at all, how long will it take to know yourself? If you are truly nobody, but not in the negative sense, in the most wonderful sense, then how long will you spend getting to know nobody? If enlightenment is defined as a state in which you know your true self, but there's nothing to know about your true self, does enlightenment come instantly or never? Have you always been, or will it never come? So, if that's out of the question, if we can't answer that, then what questions can we answer? I think, to me, it always returns to what's the most practical, which is, how am I going to use this body and this mind for the most wonderful purpose? If I've climbed to the top of the mountain, and at the top of the mountain, I could then see all of the land surrounding, then we climb back down the mountain, and then we appreciate the landscape. Knowing that we've been able to see it from above, now the question is, what do you want to do with the world that you are able to see from such a high vantage point? You have climbed so high that now you could see what connects everything. All the people, all part of the same thing. That thing you might call nothing. Then you can't stay at the top of the mountain, because there's not much to do. I don't know if you've ever been at the top of a mountain, but there's only so many things you can do before you come back down. You can appreciate the view. You can let it affect you. You can feel accomplished, and then be inspired to live the life you want to live once you climb back down. That's called the lightning path. Just like many physicists may know, or other scientists, that lightning is more of a two-way process. There are many different types. There's cloud to ground lightning, and ground to cloud lightning. And there's some kinds of lightning that are a bit of both. That there is a rising from the ground to the sky and then a coming back down to balance that voltage differential. So I really like the kind of place that we've entered in. Because it's a very unique idea that trivializes enlightenment into just the beginning of your return to the world. Not the end of your leaving of the world, but the beginning of truly coming back to the world with love, with that view, with that higher perspective. I remember hearing from the guru of a brother in spirit, Nish the Fish, that enlightenment is not the end of your spiritual journey. It is just the beginning. So let us begin. Thank you, dear Gulai, for your rose, your heart me and fest burst. Om Rum Brahmane Namah. Now I have a question of the day for you all. It's a very practical question. How do we empathize with suffering while retaining our peace? It is not difficult to be peaceful, but it is difficult to remain in that being of peace. What can we do to ensure that we remain open to the reality of suffering in the world, which is very important as a responsibility, without taking away our own ability to be peaceful? That is to say, how can we properly engage in the world? And what can we keep with us or let go of while we do so, that ensures that we don't get lost in the quagmire of suffering ourselves, so that we can continue to be a place of peace that spreads to those around us? And no, I'm not familiar with high atmospheric sprites, dear Mr. Blue, but that sounds familiar. Does that have to do with cloud to cloud lightning, or different electrical discharges that just happen way up in the atmosphere and don't actually end up touching the ground? That's funny, Stevie G. Alright, some answers to our question of the day. Dear Fiddleif, you share through compassion. I like that. Acknowledging and valuing another's experience that may not be our experience. It's beautiful. Thank you for that. Dear Christina, you share to show the feelings within that they are welcome and loved. I like that. But you ask, oh, like in a practical sense? Well, your answer is practical at many levels. That is exactly what you do. But if you want to interpret it in another way, I'm all ears. Or rather eyes, because I can't hear you. Billy, you share consistently care for ourselves first and regularly help others. Yeah. So important that we make ourselves able to help others, and we can only really be able when we take care of our bodies and minds. Stevie G, you share trust that that every problem there shall be a solution, and you will do just what you can to be of that solution. I love that. That had a poetic rhythm to it. Tattvam Asi, you share understanding the boundaries within our control. We can only control what happens to us. Yes, I see what you mean. We can only control our relationship with the things that happen to us. If that relationship can be extended to people and places, we should be empowered to include them in our journey. Yes, find solutions, shares Myrna. Be solution oriented. That's so important. Be process oriented, especially. Dear Christina, you share by not comparing the depth of someone's struggle to our own. It is as real for others, even if it's different. I love that, Christina. Yeah. Something that really struck me was the idea that we've all experienced the worst thing that's ever happened to us in our experience. You know? If you can catch my drift. That the worst thing I've ever experienced may be different from the worst thing you've ever experienced. But the worst thing that you've ever experienced is the worst thing you've ever experienced. For both of us, we both know what it's like to go through what we consider as the worst experience to go through. And so that extreme has the same intensity. We all know that feeling. It's why babies cry when you give them the wrong color cup, because that's the worst thing. Right? And they cry with their whole heart, in the same way that we might cry with our whole heart if we find out that someone in our life has passed away, for example. The whole heart is involved in the emotion in both places. Dear Mama JJ, you share you can't decide on the worst thing you've ever experienced. Well, you don't have to. Yeah, this is not to say we all have that one thing that we can say is the worst. Probably not the healthiest anyway, to go and labeling different parts of our experience as the worst or best. In this moment, we have the capacity to experience the lowest lows and the highest highs. It's all available here and now. That's also true, dear Myrna. We're able to feel and understand torture without going through that. We have an amazing ability to put ourselves through things that other people have or that we haven't. As a kind of less severe example, look at anything in your room right now. I guarantee, even if you've never licked it, you can imagine the texture and perhaps even the taste of what it would be like to lick that. Like if I opened this book and I told you to lick this page, I bet you know exactly what it would feel like to lick that page. Or if you were to lick in this direction, maybe you've licked a book. Okay, how about something you've never licked before? You see the texture of this Bible? Now, I should hope you've never licked your Bible. But do you see that texture? That glossiness, that smoothness? I bet you, without having licked this Bible, you would know what it would feel like to lick that Bible. Now, if you have licked a Bible before, I don't know what to say to you. Or your ceiling, or your carpet, or your wall. Now, that's a funny example. But as Myrna was sharing, there's a way in which we can empathize with people that go through things that we haven't too. It's helpful for us to be able to understand, and it's also helpful in the reverse direction. To know that even if what we've gone through is super, super unique, that if we believe in the power of empathy, that we're not alone in our suffering, and that other people can and will understand if we are open to sharing that experience. Dear Myrna, you share for the past couple of days you've seen horror on screens, prisoner torture, you feel sick, and you're not able to retain your inner peace. You are disturbed. I certainly know what that's like. Yeah, especially with the nature of the internet. If you really want to scare yourself, there's some scary places. Yeah. And especially being in a place that you are in the world, dear Myrna, it's not uncommon for it to be a reality to experience people in such horrific situations and circumstances. It's very interesting how our body has a very visceral reaction to it, in the same way we might to rotten food, or to it is kind of the biggest place that we experience that sickness is food. And maybe there's a metaphor there that the things that make us sick are the things that don't make for good food. And when it comes to the diet of the mind, the same holds true. That we can do our duty to be aware of these things, but we must balance it at the very least with a healthy diet. How many hours this week have you spent listening to horror stories? And compare that to how many hours you've spent this week listening to success stories. It is true that there are horror stories in this world, but it is equally true that there are success stories in this world. It would be unhealthy to focus your diet on anything in particular. You need to balance it. Make sure that you balance your mental diet with success stories, with pictures of puppies and people hugging each other and trees and people asking each other to marry. I don't know, whatever floats your boat. Whatever makes you happy. It's so important that we add that, because our subconscious is formed by what we take in with our conscious. Being conscious of something disturbing is okay, as long as we balance that out. In fact, it's actually not a 1-to-1 ratio, but psychologists tell us it should be about a 5-to-1 ratio. This is seen in relationships, that if you break someone's trust, it doesn't just take one incident to build that trust back again. It takes about 5 incidents at least to build back that trust. That if there is a period of dishonesty, it takes perhaps 5 times that amount of time to build up trust in that honesty. It's kind of the magic number when it comes to positive and negative for human psychology. That is why it's said, for example, that when you want to criticize someone, at least sandwich that with 2 or 3 compliments on either side of that criticism. So you could say, I really loved the play. I felt like the actors did a great job embodying their roles. I felt like there could have been more time spent on some of the scenes that brought out one character's background, but I found that the other characters' backgrounds were really deep, and overall I very much enjoyed the lighting and the props, etc. Now that's a great way to criticize, because we've balanced one negative thing with about 5 other positive things. So in the same way, I would recommend to everyone who is an activist that yes, spend your energy attending to those who need your help, and often that means seeing some pretty horrific things, because you have to. You can't close your eyes and wander in with a pair of medical supplies in each hand and just say, okay, I'm not going to look at your wounds, please just take it out of my hand. If you're going to help someone, you have to look at their wounds, but make sure that you have plenty of time. Ideally, 5 times the time, or 5 times the incidents, not necessarily the time, focusing on wonderful, happy, positive things. Now, I completely understand that someone may bring up the counter-argument, but in an intensely critical situation where you need to show up 100% of the time, how can you possibly do anything otherwise? And to that I will say, yes, you can show up 100% of the time, but you will get burnt out eventually. And at some point, your body or your mind will force you to take a step back. And when your body and mind does that, you will have to spend 5 times the time recuperating from all of the time that you have spent in such a place. Remember that it's not selfish to reserve time for yourself, to rejuvenate, to heal. That way you can maximize the amount of help you can give. Otherwise you can't pour from an empty cup, right? And you spend time with me here for 1 or 2 hours daily. Well, if you find this to be a positive space, then that's wonderful. And because you value the space as such an example, then I hope to honor that and make sure that I keep the space full of love for you. Thank you. And this is love. This is out of love, not just for you, but for all the people that you help, because I know that you do so much. And I know that they deserve the best version of you. All right, Tatvamasi has done a lot of creative abbreviations for this comment. I am impressed that you fit this all in a comment. You ask, what if, for whatever trauma, the coping mechanism was numbness of feelings, how to revert without being overwhelmed? That's a great question, dear Tattvamasi, and it makes a lot of sense. One of the things that we can do when we've been traumatized is have methods to repress our feelings. I think the hard truth is that you are going to be overwhelmed when you lessen the load, but it's only going to be temporary. If you want to unpack your trauma, it will be a little bit, at the very least, uncomfortable. You can minimize that by waiting for a time which you feel is most appropriate when you're ready, and doing so in a healthy environment with people that love and care for you and can ground you to the present, like a therapist can, recognize when you're getting sucked into the feelings again and can pull you out. But there always will be a bit of overwhelming sensations that come when you do finally stop numbing. That's the nature of withdrawal. The same is true for any addiction, that the moment that you stop using a substance, it's going to be a bit of a battle. But it can be made easier. I won't say that it'll ever be easy peasy lemon squeezy, because it's part of the karma that we have gone into a bit of a deficit with ourselves, and so things will rush back in the moment we lessen off the pressure that's been holding these things down. But it's so important to know that it won't last forever, and I think that's the fear that many people have when they're no longer using some unhealthy coping mechanism, is that in that short period of time where they feel all their emotions come to the surface, they mistake that for the rest of their life, and they just can't imagine feeling like that forever. And the affirming truth is that you won't. It's only going to be a temporary discomfort as you adjust to being sensitive again. It's just kind of like a bunch of work that's piled up on your desk, that we've left it undone for a while now, and so it's piled up. And when we return, we will have to catch up in some ways. Maybe some coworkers can help take the load off a little bit, but we still have a responsibility to attend to the work that has been unaccounted for. But you can catch up. If you give yourself enough space and time, if you allow yourself and have the right tools to be able to do so, you'll absolutely catch up to all the things you have to process. And you might even do so faster than you could have before. If you took a break from work because you didn't have the emotional skills to manage some of the feelings of your coworkers and bosses, maybe you took a week off to learn some new skills. And I think that's what the goal is for people that have been numbing themselves, is that it's a temporary kind of stability, and you can use that to learn some skills for more permanent solutions. And when you feel like you have those skill sets, you can return to work, so to speak, and you'll be able to manage that work even more effectively than before. Everyone has the ability to process their trauma. But when we're young, for example, we don't have the tools in that moment necessarily. And so we can kind of put it aside for a while and then return at a later point in life where we have the tools, we have the time, we have the space. Much love, dear Mama JJ. Dear Jestpur, I was very happy to read your poems at the beginning of this Sangha, and I know that you had been cautious in sharing some of those things personal to you. And I hope you see the clip of that, because there was only good things to say, and everyone loved your poetry, dear Jestpur. But you shared. You listened to this live while you had dinner with your parents, and your mom said, "Is it that guy again?" Not just any guy. A guy that loves his mom very dearly. And by... what's the word in mathematics? By extension isn't the word. I love your mom too. Because I love all mothers. Yeah, exactly, dear Tatvama. See, the initial numbness root means it's hard for one to handle those feelings. So, when we finally relieve the pressure that's been holding those feelings out of the conscious mind, we are ready with the right tools to be able to handle those feelings. The transitive property, that's exactly what I was thinking, dear Fiddle Leaf, yeah. By the transitive property. I love all moms. But that's a kind of theoretical answer. A more practical answer for an example of a tool that you can use to process your feelings is to have someone in the room with you, and you just share your story. You express how you're feeling, and they understand. There's a place for it to go. It can be difficult when you're alone to bring up a feeling, and then where does it go? You feel stuck in it. Having someone else there for the feelings to flow, not at, but to, having some space for it to find expression, really helpful. Like journaling if you're alone too, or another creative medium, creative writing, art in general, painting, dance, song. It's a question of what we do with those feelings rather than just letting them sit there. So you can share your feelings with someone else. You can write it down. You can transform it into a piece of art. You could go to a rage room, which is genuinely helpful. I'm not sure if it would be my first choice necessarily. As long as it's something that no one's going to miss, and it's not going to cause a problem of cleanup or getting anyone hurt, let that out in a very physical way. You can punch a pillow. And what those things do is they give you a new reference point for those memories, for those feelings, that now remembering something traumatic is not just stuck in the past. It's something that you can bring to a more present time. That, I remember I did something for that feeling. I remember I was feeling this way, and then I externalized it in a similar way that when you have a graduation ceremony for school, the ceremony is so important to signal to your subconscious that you've now entered a new period in your life. That if you really fully express your success in completing your education in a ceremony, then you won't have those dreams anymore. That you forgot the combination to your lock or your locker, or that you opened it and there's all these books that you haven't read yet, or that you're missing classes because you've signaled to your subconscious that that period of life is over. In the same way, you can have little ceremonies like talking to your friends or family or a therapist. It's kind of a ceremony that signals this is a past that I've come to express in this moment right now, and acknowledge and signal I'm ready to move on from it. Does this apply to addiction, asks Victor. It can certainly help. It isn't going to take you to sobriety. You'll still have to put in the work, but it can be an excellent starting point. A really great ceremony that anyone can do is write down anything on a piece of paper and then watch it burn in a fire. You can write down, all of the reasons that you may be addicted to something, and then watch that burn in a fire. It's very powerful for one's psychology. Or you could interpret that ceremony in a different way and write down all of the things you want to do, and then watch that be accepted into the fire. Having something that you can look back on symbolically is a great way to prepare yourself for a new chapter in your life. Now, dear Jay, you have an answer to our question of the day. How do we empathize with suffering while retaining our peace? You share by being honest to our current situation and being grateful for it. I love that. Well, that's understandable, dear Jestpur. Dear user 431, you ask, have I ever considered being a therapist or counselor? Well, I take it as partially more of a statement than a question, and I am grateful that you find the space to be therapeutic in many ways. I, of course, can't substitute a professional, qualified professional, and I highly respect all of the dedication that one has to go through in education, in their qualifications to be able to be a licensed mental health care practitioner. I do not have such qualifications, and I feel like the direction of my life is a little different. But at the very least, if you do find the space to be therapeutic, the good news is that it's free. That this is a kind of space that I'll never charge for. Which is one benefit of not being a professional. Mind you, professional help is absolutely worth the price, because mental health is worth, it is one of the most important things you can and have in life. Without proper mental health, what else can you really have? Now, dear Gardening Greygarji, you share, we've not seen Shadow or Sandy in a while. Are they around? They are around. They've been so excited because it's Christmas time and the Christmas tree in the house is up and they love it. They're just so happy. I don't know exactly what it is for them, but seeing all the decorations and the lights up, they're just the happiest beings. The Christmas spirit has definitely overcome them. So anyway, because of that, they've been really tuckered out because they've been having so much fun that they've been running around in and out of the living room, looking at all the stuff, very, very intellectually stimulating for the senses. So I imagine they're asleep somewhere. That is to say, they are much more interested in the things outside of my room than the things inside my room. Dear G to Infinity, you write that science has demonstrated that human connection is crucial to human development. Yeah. And I think that's something we can relate to in our experience directly. I will pet Sandy and Shadow for you, dear G to Infinity. I'll give them forehead kisses. Now I hear my phone vibrating, which means it's about time to think about ending today's live stream. Slowly. Greygarji, you share you had a cat when you grew up that would do zoomies around the Christmas tree. Then you know exactly how excited cats can get. Dear Stevie G, you had shared that you have a group discussion sort of event that you are running soon. How do you go about it? I find it always really helpful to have some structure in mind. Could be anything. Like for the Sangha, for example, I structure it based on Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. I could have chosen a different model, but any structure helps make the space have a kind of continuity and flow. But for the things outside of that structure, then it's just kind of free-flowing. There's a lot of freedom in that. If you want to structure your group discussion in some way, that can be really helpful. You don't have to structure every single detail because there's going to be things outside of your control. But just having some model, any model whatsoever. And that model doesn't have to structure the time. It could structure the goals. You can set aside a list of goals that you want to attend to, or a list of reasons, or you can give each person a role in the space. There's lots of ideas to give that space some kind of structure. But leave time for free-flowing stuff. Structure in some structureless parts. And most importantly, let your intuition guide you. Feel the shared consciousness of everyone that you're a part of. And guide you. Feel the shared consciousness of everyone that you're a part of. They're not aliens. They don't have a dramatically different set of experiences than you. Oh, I'm sorry. I think my connection was lagging for you. If I can repeat anything, let me know. I'm back, okay. Much love, dear Christine. Just Boru, share that thankfully your cat doesn't sigh when you give him a kiss now. Cats are so funny in that way. Sometimes you give them a kiss and they look so offended, and sometimes they immediately groom themselves after, like, nope, I am going to remove the feeling that you kissed me from my fur. I'm going to remove your scent. Can't believe you would have the audacity to bring those fleshy protrusions you call lips onto my angelic and divine form. But other times they just accept it. And your kids do that sometimes too, dear Elisa V. Yeah. Who aren't aliens? Asks Grace. Oh, fellow human beings to each other. That we all share a common experience. We just have to remember that. You laughed so hard a bugin flew out, dear Jestpur. I think it's funny, the name bugin. That's a great term. User 701, you had asked, how do you overcome heartbreak, especially when it was your fault? Well, understanding that it wasn't your fault. That doesn't mean not taking accountability for the ways in which you broke their trust, but understanding that in the grand scheme of things, that this is a lesson, and that it was meant to be. That you had acted in the way that made sense to you, and this is a tough lesson. It's difficult, but it's a part of your learning journey too. And you can still value that relationship, even if you go separate ways in life. But I would not use the word overcome, because heartbreak is a part of us. It is an opening of our experience, a very, well, heartbreakingly beautiful opening, where layers of our heart break open to a more vulnerable self. And no matter the consequence, the love that you gave was an honor. Don't think for a second that somehow that love is invalidated because now you are having boundaries and space in between. That love will continue to be with you. Will continue to be with them. If there was love, then you don't have to grieve over the loss of love, because love once given is always a part of them now, and that applies to you too. That you love with your whole heart, so that even if you were to disappear, that love would continue with them. Right? No takesy-backsies. But you've identified things that you can learn from. That's good. And I am very grateful for all the mistakes I made. Of course, it breaks my heart that I had hurt people in the past, being young and naive. But I see that I haven't permanently scarred my past girlfriends. They're all doing wonderful, and I'm happy to see them succeed in their own journeys of life. And I'm actually really grateful that they set boundaries where they did, because that was really helpful for me in the long run. And every time I make a mistake, I become even better at the thing I want to do. Every time I love now with the experience behind me of all the ways in which that love can be misinterpreted or unreceived or unreciprocated or come with expectations and things like that. And how could we learn to become unconditional lovers if we don't come to terms with our own limitations? I'm glad you appreciated the no takesy backsies comment, dear Stevie G. Thank you, dear Donsuela. I'm grateful that resonated with you, dear user 701. I've put a lot of thought into it because I've had a lot of heartbreaking moments myself. So it takes one to know one. But absolutely a rich experience, rich in terms of the wealth of knowledge that you can bring into your life by allowing yourself to go through these things. But the heart wants what the heart wants, and it will experience that grief. And I'm sure there's a part of you that knows it's just a matter of time until it feels better. And there's no timeline for everyone. Just allow yourself to feel those feelings. Now, I believe Tattvamasi had asked a question several minutes ago that I wanted to answer. Do you even need to worry about the path if you trust the goal? If you're willing to step on a few things that you didn't see below your feet, if you're willing to run into a few things and readjust your course, nothing to worry. One time I was very bored, or you could say inspired, and there was this mountain that I could see in the distance from the house that I lived at the time. And I had decided that that day I was going to be at the top of that mountain. I didn't think at all about how I was going to get there, or how far away it was, or how many swamps I'd have to walk through, or rock walls I'd have to climb. I just looked straight at the top of the mountain and I continued in that direction. I think I might have even had to walk through someone's backyard. As soon as I got to the forest around the mountain, it was already getting dark, and there was a trail that winds its way up. But I didn't want to take the windy trail. I wanted to go up, 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 up directly. So I fixed an angle and I approached it just from that. If I had to climb a rock wall, I would climb a rock wall. And at around 3 in the morning, I finally reached the top of that mountain. Fortunately, it wasn't a very tall mountain, but just tall enough to be considered a mountain. And I successfully made it. Now, would it have been easier to not trample through people's gardens and take the... Well, I can't even say it was a trail because no one had ever walked there before. And climbed the rock walls, etc. Yes, it would have been easier. But it would have taken longer. And sometimes you gotta get there as quick as you can. Other times you've got nowhere to be, and there's absolutely no rush in the world. And you can enjoy the journey. Mind you, I did have a different kind of enjoyment from that journey. But it wasn't exactly taking the scenic route kind of enjoyment. More of an adrenaline rush kind of enjoyment. And whatever floats your boat. Dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your 11 roses. How do you know you're not deviating from your goal? Along the path, though. You know that means you don't truly trust the goal. That's not necessarily the case. Just in the mountaintop example, you know you're going to reach the top if you continue moving towards the thing that you're not changing your gaze from. Just a matter of time and energy. If you were to take a more scenic route, then what would be important is that every time we lose sight of the mountain, that we're able to recognize it when we see it again. If we're going to take a path that goes in all these directions, what matters is that when the mountain is out of our sight, we remember what it looks like in our heart. And then when it appears in our sight again, then we continue in a path that accommodates that direction. So, to speak in less poetic or in less abstract terms, when it comes to the goal of spiritual enlightenment, you can keep that in your awareness at all times. You can see for yourself what it would be like to live in such a state and never lose track of that. Or you can have a little fun. Go off the beaten path or explore trails that people have before. As long as somewhere in you, you remember what you're looking for, then every time you see it again, you will accommodate the next decision to take you closer, on average. I like that, dear Bubbles. Your entire experience is a vehicle for your awakening. There's no way to do it wrong. I like that. Dear Gregor G, did I like Tarzan yell from the top of the mountain? Yodel maybe? I think given the fact that I wasn't actually supposed to be at the top of that mountain in the middle of the night, because they close access to it after sunset, I did not yell. But I did sit at the very tippy top and meditate. I was kind of hiding from some of the security officers that were ensuring that people weren't here after sunset, having to navigate the flashlights in the trees and stuff. It was very much of an adrenaline rush. Yes, dear Tattvamasi, maybe by recognizing that when you deviate, not attaching to that deviation. Well said. Dear Jestpur, you share your grand called the mountains on Vancouver Island hills. She wasn't impressed by the mountains here. Well, if you go north, there's some really big mountains. But yeah, in and around the cities, I'm not sure they would particularly be called mountains either, but they are technically considered mountains. Dear Stevie G, you were thinking about it for some time and you thought, what if? What if I may be your guru? Now this is a very endearing question, and it fills me with a lot of love. But whether you consider me a guru or not won't change my relationship to you. From my end of the live stream, or the Sangha in general anyway, that I am happy to extend my experiences, as limited as they are, to everyone, you know, regardless of how you consider me. It's like a relationship where you don't need to call each other boyfriends or girlfriends. It doesn't have to be a label like that. You can just be. You don't have to have any label attached. You can set boundaries where they need to be and ask of each other certain things that we may be able to provide. And I'm always happy to be committed to your spiritual journey, because it's a part of my spiritual journey. All of our journeys are interdependent. We walk the same paths together. Well, I appreciate your dedication, dear Stevie G. All I can say is that I see myself as a fellow student at the same level as you, and I am committed to learning with you, and I'll always share the things that I learn along the way. And that's how I choose to see myself. And if anything, I look up to you. I look up to all of you in different ways, because there's some experience that I have not had that I can learn from everyone. I see you all as my teacher. So I ask if I can be your student. Now, in the meantime, dear Tattwamasi, you had asked, what's one goal that Advaitins, Buddhists, Christians, Muslims, etc. can have and trust? Love, self, one. I think they all seek the same thing, just in different ways. An Advaitin may call it enlightenment. A Buddhist may call it nirvana. A Christian may call it salvation. A Muslim may call it illumination. But whether you call it as enlightenment or nirvana or salvation or illumination, etc., it is ultimately the same goal. And that goal has the same qualifications, that we become humble ourselves, and that we continue to be open to new experiences beyond what we can anticipate. All people in all religions, they become better suited through practices such as kindness, compassion, love, as you said, understanding, empathy, all of these traits can be idealized as the one which we've all come from, that source that we are walking back into. And so if you can pick up those traits, then that means that you are getting closer to our source. Are you gonna make me tear up, dear Stevie G? I can't promise to be the version of myself that others see in me. But I can promise that if anyone looks for something in me, I hope to be as polished as a mirror as I can be for them to see the same in themselves. And it is my vow to always do my best to not let that get to an ego or a sense of superiority over anyone else, because that's not the path. And that if anyone ever has a question for me, even if I might not be able to answer it, I will do my best to empathize with the questioner and explore possible solutions together. This sounds like a setup for a joke, G to infinity. What do you call a room full of different gurus? A gurum. Get it? A gurum. Gurum. A sangha. Thank you for finding beauty in me, dear Myrna. May all the beauty you find in me be an expression of the beauty in you. Now, I would like to end with a meditation. Actually, we have something different than a meditation tonight for Nididhyasana. But I do see there are some questions asked before I mentioned that we would transition. Also, thank you everyone for exploring that question of the day today. We kind of very naturally transitioned from that question to other conversations, but I'm very grateful to have explored it in the way we did. It's called Yamsox's Sangha, dear G to infinity. I would, if I had the choice, I would include everyone's names in that. It's G to infinity's just as much as it is Yamsox's, as much as it is Stevie G's and Gregor G's and Samra's, etc. If I did have a name that I really would love for this space, it's the name for the space of the heart in Sanskrit, Hridaya Kasha. I think that's a beautiful name. Hridaya Kasha, heart space, which is the name of the Discord server that I've been making. Well, it is a new experience, dear Stevie G, and I look forward to accommodating your views. And I'm sure it will take a lot of meditation on my side as to really understand how I can be as best of a contributor to your experience of life and vice versa. Dear Grace, you ask, do I do a lot of writing? How did I get so poetic in my speech and metaphors? Well, that's very kind of you. I feel like I'm stumbling into my words, and the fact that you find any of them poetic is a miracle to me. Thank you for that. I don't do a lot of writing now, but I used to a lot in middle school and high school. I would love to write short stories and poems, and I even attempted a couple novels. I never completed any novels, but I did make some big chunks of writing when I was younger. Dear Laura, you were wondering, what did my Spotify Wrapped look like this year? Let's see if we can find out. I'm curious. I haven't looked at it. I wonder if we can explore it together. Wrapped is in the app. Alright, I guess you'd have to only use the app. Do I have it installed? I do have it installed. But I'm out of date of updates. Probably many years out of date. Oh, alright. Alright, I'm in the app. Now let's see. How would I go to Wrapped? I click on my name, profile maybe? I've never done this before. Maybe it only works on a mobile rather than the app on your computer. Mobile it will appear. Well, my mobile is currently being used to stream this live stream. Anyway, I actually have such a great memory with everything I've listened to. I can tell you exactly what my Spotify Wrapped is. Ready? No, I'm partially joking. I'm joking that it's not because of my great memory. It's because I actually didn't listen to anything on Spotify this year. I'm joking. I'm joking that it's not because of my great memory. It's because I actually didn't listen to anything on Spotify this year. I think my internet disconnected me. Do let me know if my connection has returned. We're back. No, the reason I know my Spotify Wrapped without having seen it is because I haven't actually listened to any music from any streaming services this year. All the music I've listened to has been in the radio when I've been in a car, or in a public place that has music playing, like a grocery store, or in this space. 90% of the music that I've listened to this year has been the music that I've put on as a background for this space. I'm a very oddball in that way, that the music I listen to is generally just the kind of music that is already there. Like, I walk into a place that's playing music. But if I'm alone or on a walk, you know, I don't mind the silence. I don't own a pair of earbuds that I take with me on walks or outings. I don't have Spotify or any songs downloaded on my phone. I know I'm weird that way, and sometimes it breaks my heart that I can't connect in the same way that others can to their favorite artists and songs. But yeah, I've always been that way, that it never occurs to me. The space is already complete, I guess. That if I am anywhere, the soundscape that's already there is music to my ears. Even if it's traffic, birds, wind, or just the hustle and bustle of the city, or the sounds of a dishwasher. I kind of like it all in a strange way. It's very grounding to me to just have everything as it is. Nature has its own music. Very true, dear Val. Yeah, maybe it's because my mind thinks a lot, dear G. So unplugging is ideal to soothe. It's true. Atwama, see, you had asked, why does the cycle continue? Why is it cyclical? Does it have to be? Do you make it cyclical? Because what's the alternative? Something just coming up out of nowhere and then returning to nowhere? Well, that's a cycle already. You can't avoid it. If you think about anything that could exist, it has to be a cycle. Absolutely everything must be cyclical, because everything else is either a contradiction or secretly a cycle in disguise. If you look at all the planets, they're just orbiting around the star. Our star is orbiting around the galaxy. Our galaxy is a part of a universe that likely begins and ends and returns to the same place from which it began. If you zoom into all of the atoms, there's cycles of energy in the electrons and the protons and the neutrons. Absolutely everything is cyclical. And if it's not cyclical, then it goes on forever. Then it's just cyclical, but at the level of eternity. What is a line, if not just a part of an infinitely large circle? So I think perhaps it might be easier to ask, why can't there be anything else, rather than why is there? Because why is there is a question that's simply answered with, because there can be no other way. So why can't there be any other way? is a perhaps more insightful question. And I think, as we've seen in the examples we've done, that if it were any other way, that it would secretly be a cycle in disguise, or we would reach some contradiction. And what is an infinitely small circle, if not a point? You got a point there, dear Greg RG. All right, let us transition to Nididhyasana. So for tonight, to end this live stream, I thought we'd do something different. Tonight, I'd like to just do a prayer with you all, which is a kind of meditation. But meditation might imply connotation that we're developing a part of ourselves, which certainly happens through prayer. But I think when we use the word prayer, we clarify the role as not the recipient, but a giver. That we are sending off information, energy, intentions into our subconscious, into the universe around us, into the divine. So I thought we'd simply end with a prayer to empower the silenced ones, those who have a voice but cannot be heard. For this prayer, you may sit in a meditative position or put your hands together. Thus I will guide from whatever words spring from my heart tonight for those who have been silenced. May we pray for everyone whose voices cannot be heard due to people talking over them. May those who are the loudest find enough silence and quietude in their life so that we can hear the most silent. May all of those who do not feel like they have something worthy to share realize that everyone has a story worth telling, and you may have no idea how valuable your story is to someone else. May we pray that everyone have the confidence to speak up for things that others have not spoken up for. May we add to the voices of the vulnerable, amplify and echo their message. May we have enough hearing to be able to listen past the words and retain the meaning. May all beings in this world be able to listen to each other and be heard in return. May we all remember that there are many ways of expressing ourselves, and sometimes the loudest forms of communication are not through words. Sometimes it's through our actions. Sometimes it's through what we can see. all senses are capable of being a vehicle to share our story, our message. May those who have been shamed for being just themselves find the faith and trust in themselves to continue to be their shameless self. May we have enough space to hear everyone's message. May no one's prayers go unanswered. Let us pray that there is someone or something in everyone's lives that's capable of listening, of understanding, of empathizing. Let us continue to seek out the quiet ones. If they cannot be loud, let us listen loudly. May we be sensitive to even the quietest of expressions of truth. And may we value silence as a tool that can sometimes speak volumes in and of itself, and understand that another person's silence can often say more than words. For without silence, there could be no space to fit the sound. Amen. Thank you. I wanted to end our live with that idea for a prayer tonight. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for the perfume and quintet of ice cream cones you had sent. Dear Tattvam Asi, thank you for your dozen roses and trio of finger hearts. Om Ham Jung Sah Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Om Dhryambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtevardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat Om Swaha Bhuvaha Bhuhu Om Saha Jung Om Thank you, dear Inevitable, for your trio of roses. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitor Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. And the Countess, thank you for your 29 roses. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. It's a tricky one. Thank you everyone for being a participant in this Sangha, even if it's for the last few minutes here. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. Do know that the recording of this live and the meditations, including that prayer, and the readings and the show and tell, they have their own playlists on a YouTube channel where all of these things get archived on. And I've written a program that helps parse every video, giving it unique titles, thumbnails, and descriptions, and that includes a chapter system for each video, including the whole, multi-hour live stream. If there's ever a part that you just don't know if you would be able to navigate to, well, check out the description, because there's a chapter system that goes down to the minute. Almost everything that we go through has been given a little title in the description and the exact time that we transition through each topic. That's just to make a more kind of lively space rather than a idle archive channel. Just to let you know that that's there for you. I concur, dear G. A fun night indeed. Now, may this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma satgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityorma mritangamaya shanti shanti shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, dear Val. I love you too, dear Stevie G. May the divine bless you in every particle of your being and the space between. Without further ado, I have to attend to this body and mind, give it some good food. Let me tell you, I've been making a pretty bomb sandwich recently. You should try it out if you ever want a new sandwich idea. I get a multi-grain pair of bread slices, toast them, gotta toast them. I spread vegan mayo on each side, and then I have purple cabbage on that, and then I add pickled asparagus, and then green olive slices, and then sun-dried tomatoes. And this is the only non-vegan part. I put a slice of cheese, but you can substitute that. And then I squish it all together. Make sure the cheese is melted, if you want to include that. And it's delicious. And, it's a great way to keep a lot of ingredients at your disposal. Because all of those things can come in jars that can generally be a lot of calories for cheap, very healthy, and can last a long time. And you can mix and match all sorts of those things to make different kinds of meals for yourself. And that is what I'm going to make for myself. So thank you everyone for being here. If there's any way in which I can improve the sanctity of the space and be a better host, please let me know. OMG, your 15-hour fast will end now. Shivasthatwamasi. Well, I don't mean to break your fast, but always important to give your body the nutrition it needs. Happy birthday. And may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.